right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Birmingham City Commission regular meeting of September 15th to order here in the Municipal Building at 151 Martin Street at 7:30 p.m. Would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll, and welcome back.
Mayor Long?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Here.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Here.
Commissioner Haig?
Here.
Commissioner Host?
Here.
Commissioner Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Here. Thank you. We now move to proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, and confirmations, administrations of oath, introduction of guests, and announcements. We have no announcements this evening, so we will move to appointments. We have appointments for the Design Review Board and the Historic District Commission. We'll start with the Design Review Board, and we have Ms. Natalia Dukas, who's been a member for 12 years, applying for renewal. Is Ms. Dukas here or online? Hello. Hi, thank you.
Hello.
Thank you for applying. Would you please state your name and address and tell us why you're interested in continuing to serve?
My name is Natalia Dukas. I reside at 1352 Suffield Avenue. I have been a regular member of the Historic District Commission and the Design Review Board for 12 years. I'm reapplying to be on both boards. Since you're starting with Design Review, do you want me to address one or just both?
Just Design Review, and then we'll call you back up for HDC.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds good. So the makeup of the boards of the Historic District Commission and the Design Review Board is fairly similar. I think we have a great board that respects each other and we work very well. The agendas have been light for the Design Review Board lately, but I feel like we do important work. So I'd like it to continue.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Dukas? Would someone like to make a motion?
Sure. I'd like to nominate Natalia Dukas as a regular member to the Design Review Board to serve a 3-year term to expire September 25th, 2028.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I see none.
Thank you.
If you'd please stay.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, and then we have 3 applicants for the HDC. We have Mr. Stephen Lemberg, who's been an alternate since 2020, Mary J., who's been an alternate since 2023, and Ms. Dukas again. And since you're at the podium, you are a regular member who are reapplying as a regular member for a term to expire September 25th, 2028.
That's correct.
I'd like to speak about that.
Okay, so the Historic District Commission was the reason why I was interested in joining the city board to begin with. I feel like the job that we do on this board is very important. Again, the makeup of the board I think is great. We, I think, work very, very well. A couple of veteran members recently left, but we have some newer members that have been doing great work and did all the training and so on and so forth. Our board is working on the Historic Preservation Master Plan right now, which is, we're working on the drafts with the help of Mr. Dupuis, and which will go in front of the commission, hopefully by the end of the year, and also whatever matters come in front of the board for application reviews.
All right, any questions about service on the HTC? Thank you. All right, and then we have, the next 2 members are currently alternate members. One needs to be reappointed as an alternate member. The other one could be appointed as an alternate member to continue, or as a regular member. We have lost Mr. Willoughby, Mr. Michael Willoughby, after 15 years, who held the position as an architect, which is not required, but which is recommended to have one. So the commission could either hold that position open and continue to try to recruit for an architect, which Mr. Dupuis, we understand, has made efforts to do unsuccessfully, or we could appoint one of the alternates as a regular member. So keeping that in mind, in the order that they have applied, we'll call up Mr. Stephen Lemberg, if he is here. Mr. Lundberg, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
And name and address and why you'd like to serve.
Sure. Stephen Lemberg. I live at 648 South Bates Street. My home's in the Bates Street Historic District. Actually was interested in the Historic District Commission before I became an alternate member. Saw a sign go up on the house across the street that there was a hearing, and decided out of curiosity, since I didn't know what it was, I would come to the meeting, and it turned out to be a somewhat controversial meeting. And I felt like after that I'd like to get involved to be able to contribute. So the next opportunity I submitted, and I've been an alternate on the board. Like contributing, enjoy the board. I feel like we're doing a lot of good. I know we're in the middle of the whole report that Nick is spearheading this year, and I would love to continue. If there's a spot as a regular member, rather be a first-class citizen than a second-class citizen, but if there's not a spot, I understood what you were saying about an architect, then I'll continue to be an alternate and show up and participate as needed.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lundberg? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And Ms. J.
She's on Zoom.
All right. Mary J.
Yes.
Yes. Ms. J., could you please give us your name and address and why you're interested in continuing to serve?
Yes, my name is Mary J. I live at 288 Ravine in the Little San Francisco district, and I've just been a passionate advocate for historic preservation for quite a while. In the 90s, I was a co-founder of the Metropolitan Detroit Preservation League, where we worked with neighborhoods in Detroit to help raise awareness of preservation and to do things like give tours of the different districts, and just again to promote as much as possible keeping old homes and keeping the neighborhoods vibrant. So I've been serving as an alternate. I also own 2 historic homes, one in Birmingham and one in Royal Oak that I'm renovating. So both 100-year-old homes. So I've been serving for the last year or so here, and again, like Steve, I feel very strongly about moving from an alternate to being a regular member and being able to participate a little more fully and do whatever I can do to help Birmingham maintain the charm and the importance of all of our historic neighborhoods.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. J? All right, bringing it back to the commission. I think it'd be relatively recommended to reappoint Ms. Dukas to her regular position, and then what is the pleasure of the commission about holding the position open for an architect or appointing one of these alternates to it? Mayor Pro Tem Baller.
I would just like to ask the city manager, this is a commission, not a board. What does that mean? And what powers do they have that an advisory board might not have?
What it means is it's established under Michigan state law, which sets up historic commissions and gives them certain duties and responsibilities. What's different for them, and if Nick wants to come up and add more to this, he's welcome to, but I will say that the biggest difference here is if somebody receives a decision of the Historic District Commission that says they can or cannot change something on their historic home, their appeal, that is the final decision for the city, and their appeal is to the State Historic Preservation Office, as opposed to an advisory opinion from the HDC and then coming to the City Commission. So that's the difference.
Thank you. And yes, I would like to ask Mr. Dupuy a question further to that. And I think we should, you already did kind of recognize Mr. Willoughby's contribution to the city for 15 years on both these boards. I think it's important. He didn't actually resign. He just chose not to ask for reappointment, correct? So, so my question to you would be, in your opinion, his participation as an architect, could you give us an opinion on the value of that and how important it is or not to have an architect on the board?
Sure, and just for the record, Nick Dupuy, Planning Director, City of Birmingham, I staff the Historic District Commission. I think beyond Mike just having so much experience in historic preservation, having an architect provides, if I can say so, somewhat of a needed context from time to time. Those types of people look at things differently, and they provide an opportunity to sort of encourage the Historic District Commission, in this case, to look at things a little differently from time to time, whether it be perspective or their experiences in materials or feasibility. So I think it is certainly a value add to have an architect on a board like that.
Because a lot of the decisions that they make are people trying to change things and to construct additions or renovations or whatever, so architectural decisions.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right. So it sounds like you're recommending Mayor Pro Tem holding the position open a little longer to see if we can get an architect. We've heard that there's value to an architect.
Yes, that's what we heard.
Okay.
I was just waiting to hear what others had to say. I did not express that.
All right. Any other Commissioner Host?
You know, we had a young architect come on another board recently, and he resigned quite suddenly, and I think architects are hard to find, so to speak. So I'm more than happy to go with the people that are listed.
You had said that we had tried to find somebody. Mr. Willoughby didn't run again. His term expired this month, correct?
And he did not reapply.
He did not reapply, but how does that jive with that we've been trying to find somebody for
Well,
a long time?
We'll let Ms. Eckering.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'll just say, obviously, we've done all of our usual communication methods to advertise open board positions. In addition, Mr. Dupuy has reached out to several local architects with experience in historic preservation and several historic preservation organizations, such as the Michigan Historical Preservation Network, State Historic Preservation Office, et cetera. No luck yet.
Okay. How long has that been undertaken? A couple months? A
No,
month?
just recently.
Okay.
If we went with your notion of appointing the two as alternates and left open that position, then in effect, one of those would serve as a regular member.
Correct.
Until we found, how would we choose how would the board decide?
Each board has a little bit of different procedure. I know most of them generally tend to alternate. So if there's one position open on a night, then the next alternate up would fill in. And then the next meeting, the next alternate would submit. So they just go back and forth.
And could we say, let's do that, let's try for a certain amount of time? 6
Yes.
months, a year? And then it could come back to us.
Yes, you could do that. Because with the alternates, we don't have the quorum issues that we once had, because there's always somebody there to fill in.
So, yes, now, given what I've heard, that would be my preference.
Mine too.
Mine too. All right, so then tonight we will appoint one regular member and two alternate members. So could we have the motion for the regular member?
Sure.
Like to make, you mean to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, the last name, Dukas?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to nominate Natalia Dukas as a regular member to the Historic District Commission to serve a 3-year term to expire on September 25th, 2028.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, now a motion for an alternate member.
Nominate Stephen Lemberg as
Okay.
an alternate member.
For a regular 3-year term for a 3-year term to expire September 25, 2028. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And then Commissioner Host.
I'd like to nominate Mary Jane as an alternate member to the Historic District Commission to serve a 3-year term to expire September 25th, 2028.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, and then Ms. Bingham will swear you in, those of you who are in the room, and Ms. J, she'll make alternate arrangements with you. Together, sir.
You'll raise your right hand and you'll say, "I do that." I do solemnly swear or affirm to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this state, and endeavor to support and maintain an honest and efficient administration of the affairs of Birmingham, free from partisan distinction of law, and to perform the duties of the office of Design Review Board and Historic District Commissioner according to the best of my ability. So then, Natalia, you have to sign and print. And then I'll fill in the rest. I'll have Stephen, you're gonna sign and print. So I'll fill in the rest.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, both of you in the room, and Ms. Jay for agreeing to continue to serve. We appreciate it. All right, now we move to introduction of staff. We have Human Resources introducing Ms. Tyrese Ferguson.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Commission. I am so happy to share with you our new generalist that will be serving the City of Birmingham staff. Tyrese, or Ty as she goes by, has been in HR for 10 years. And it all started 10 years ago when she was an intern here at the City of Birmingham. And she credits that as her inspiration to switch from a career in retail management to human resources. Ty has an MBA from Wayne State University and has worked in both private and public sectors. And she's honored to return back to Birmingham. And even in her short time that she's been here so far, she really shows a deep care and compassion for people and is committed to serving our teams here. In her free time, she likes reading, volunteering at church, and spending time with family and friends. So I'm very happy to introduce her to everybody here.
Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words?
Just happy to be back and working closer at home.
Well, you are a great and inspirational story, having started as an intern, so awesome.
We are
Thank
happy
you.
to have her back. She was a delight to work with then, and so we're happy to have her back.
Oh, thank you, Joanna.
So, thank you very much. All right, we move to open to the public for matters not on the agenda. If you'd like to make a comment either in the room or online for matters that are not on this evening's agenda, you can come to the podium and state your name and address and hold your remarks to about 3 minutes, please.
Alrighty, well, good evening. Danny Seidman, 652 Wimbledon. Nice to see you all, and thank you for your service. I wanted to say a few words about the Poppleton Park improvements that are pending and I think coming before you in the near future. Parks and Rec Board, their mission is to provide opportunities for the enjoyment, education, inspiration for present and future generations of residents. This is a mission I strongly support as a resident who lives about 500 feet from the park. I am concerned that the proposed redesign of the park does not fully align with the mission, however. I certainly applaud the focus on accessibility and inclusivity, but the design heavily emphasizes specialized play for one group of users, unintentionally limiting opportunities for others, specifically children above the age of about 6 or 7, teens, adults, and seniors. By doing so, the redesign risks reducing enjoyment for all ages, which is a core promise of the mission itself. Additionally, the Parks and Rec Master Plan, dated December 18th of 23, reinforces this balance. One of its guiding principles, inclusivity and accessibility, embracing diversity, ensuring that everyone in the community can enjoy our parks regardless of their background or abilities. And that's the key phrase, I think, is everybody in the community. This design risks kind of shifting Poppleton Park from a neighborhood park into a regional destination for a fraction of the population. Expanded parking that's proposed along Oxford, increasing traffic, reducing green space, I think really undermines the park's character and threatens the walkability and the residential feel of Poppleton Park. There's clear evidence from American Academy of Pediatrics, CDC, World Health Organization, that parks really need to have age-appropriate challenges. There needs to be unstructured play for problem solving and resilience. These are the things that build our children up to be capable adults. The proposed additional parking, as I mentioned, having a lot of parking there along Oxford, which is already busy, I think kind of threatens that neighborhood feel for the residents along that road. And the better way forward, in my opinion, and I did submit a letter to the Parks and Rec Board as well, went to those meetings. I think tiered challenge zones for all ages, so activities from toddlers to seniors, universal access areas where people of all abilities, of all generations can play together, fitness equipment for adults and older adults to promote lifelong health, and strict limits on new parking, specifically along Oxford, I think would be ideal. And so by designing Poppleton Park as an all ages, all abilities, neighborhood first space, the city can honor the Parks and Rec mission, uphold the philosophies of the master plan, and align with best practices in public health and child development. So thank you again for your service and for considering the needs of all of Birmingham's residents.
Thank you.
Hi. I walked up here, so yes, walkable, no, still sweatable. Apologies. I am Andy McMecken. Live at 1765 Shipman. If you recognize the name McMecken, my father wrote the book of Birmingham. It's still pretty good. If you don't have your copy, go over to the museum and buy it. But that's not why I'm here. This Saturday is the semi-annual cemetery tour. And I don't know if you guys have been at all or recently. The folks at the Friends and the museum work very hard at this. The fall is usually the 20th century, so Marshall Fredericks, the Booth family. But they invited this really handsome, talented guy to come back and do John Utter and the axe murder story again. Who could that be? I wonder. But it's really good. They work really hard. If you can, please come. It's fun. You might call it the Senior Center. It's what really comes next. At any rate, I really hope to see you there. Thank you very, very
Well,
much.
if it's as entertaining as your remarks, I think everyone should go. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room or online using the raise your hand function? I see no more in the room, so we'll go to online. We have Ms. Christy Barrett.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hi. Christy Barrett, Harmon Street. I spoke at the last Senior Center Committee, so I won't reiterate all my comments, but two of the things I did state is $3.7 million will be thrown away to renovate a building that you intend to demolish. Importantly, I think you underestimate the ill will caused today by not listening to the community that owns 400 East Lincoln. A reset is needed to look at creative approaches which responsibly meet the needs of the broader community, including seniors. Next cannot afford the operations of 400 East Lincoln, and they know it. They need the senior millage to continue, and I do not believe taxpayers will vote to extend it. $1.1 million a year is way out of scale for a community of 21,000 people and 9,000 households. If the community would not vote for a $20 million bond for the library, which is for everyone, they're not going to vote for a facility for mostly people who don't pay Birmingham taxes. Please stop trying to sell this as a community recreation center. A pickleball court is not a community center. There is zero need for multi-purpose rooms for residents to rent. The community house and the library have a full open schedule for rooms every day, 7 days a week. Don't add any more city FTEs paid for by Birmingham taxes. Next proposes to renovate in stages like the library did after a failed bond. One big problem is the library has revenue from other communities who contract for use. Beverly Hills contract is $620,000 annually, and Bingham Farms is $136,000. If next interlocal agreement municipalities are willing to contribute $750,000 for the benefits of the library, why are they not contributing more to next? You decided to pause. There needs to be a full reset. Most people don't even know the Y is closing, and that's telling. All creative options need to be fully explored, or voters will not forget. They will not renew the senior millage, they will not pass a bond, and 400 East Lincoln will continue to be a taxpayer burden. Project to date, the city has spent $2.6 million and committed to spend another $3.7 for a total of $6.3 million. Pause and do a complete reset. Don't spend one more penny. New ideas are needed, possibly from new, unbiased people. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment in the room or online?
Quick question. I couldn't hear, my hearing was so bad, I couldn't hear. That's okay. But is this the right time to comment on that topic?
No, it was not. So thank you. No, because the goals for the facility are an agenda item. So thank you for recognizing that, and I'm sure we'll hear from you later. So moving on to the consent agenda then. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. I would like to remove item A. Do we have any other items to be removed? Commissioner Haig.
D, E, and F.
D, E, and F. All right. Any on this end? Are there any items that the public would like to remove from the consent agenda? Either in the room or online? All right, seeing none, can we have a motion for the consent agenda?
I'll move the consent agenda with the exception, items B and C, so we're accepting A, D, E, and F.
Second.
Other way around.
We're consent agenda.
Right.
You phrased it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Rephrase it.
So,
Let's move items B and C.
all right, we have.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comment on the motion? Ms. Bingham, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
All right, so in alphabetical order, I pulled item A just as a point of information. That is the warrant list that the commission sees at every meeting, which is basically the checks we write and the bills we pay. But since we just all paid our summer property taxes that were due September 2nd, I thought it was interesting to note that two of the bills that we are paying in approving the warrant list today is a $13.7 million payment to the Birmingham Public Schools for taxes and a $25.4 million check to the Oakland County Treasurer for taxes. And I think it's important to remind everyone when we consider talking about your tax dollars and what the city does with your tax dollars, that if you look on the city website, we have this very instructive diagram. I know Commissioner Haig is a fan of it, that I want to remind everyone that of every dollar you pay in city property taxes that the city collects, the city of Birmingham keeps 31 cents. So of the taxes you pay in Birmingham for all the services you get from the city of Birmingham and the wonderful facilities and recreational assets and other assets we have here, 31 cents. The additional 31 cents goes to the Birmingham Public Schools, 24 cents goes to Oakland County, and 14 cents goes to the state of Michigan. So I just want to make that point. And for those residents who may not know that, and I'm sure there are many, that again, we get to spend 31 cents out of every dollar you paid. So with that, I will move the suggested resolution for the warrant list.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Bingham, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Schaefer? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Haig, D?
In general, I'd like to do D, E, and F as one for the simple reason it's just acknowledging that there are people who volunteered their time, their service, for volunteer boards, and just to say thank you. We don't always remember to do it. One of us usually tries to remember to do it, so it was my turn. And then the only other thing I would say is to anybody, read Bert Kosek's letter in D. Just read it. It's good stuff. Do you want me to move them individually or
I think you can.
all three of them?
You can move all three of them.
Okay, then I make a motion to approve items D, E, and F on the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, and those are not financial, so all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. All right, thank you. We move now to the city manager's report for September. Ms. Ecker.
Yes, good evening. I will go through from all of the different city departments and the component units, starting with the the Baldwin Public Library. They have a new fully accessible website that's now live. That just came up on September the 4th, so it's now available. They did receive a grant from the Birmingham Area Cable Board in the amount of $22,000 to fund that, so we thank them for that. Also, there are several programs coming up at the library that will be of interest to many. Self-care night for grades 6 to 8, where teenagers, preteens can go in and take a break from new school year stress, and they can do all kinds of things. Make a DIY body scrub, journal, listen to music, color, and drink tea to relax. So that's for the preteens and the teens. Then there's a Manhattan Short Film Festival that runs September 25th to October 5th, and in which we will be sharing all of the different short films, the Manhattan short films that are going to the festival, and the people that attend can vote on these, and there are many communities across the country that do this. So it's just an interesting way to get your vote in for those films. Also, there's a presentation on September 29th, The Architecture of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. There's another presentation on October 7th for Smart and Strategic Use of AI. So many other programs, but those are the interesting ones for this month I thought I would highlight. From the Birmingham Museum, they have been collecting public feedback through a survey for their updated 26 to 28 strategic plan. They're still collecting survey results. They have received many. They're happy with what they've received so far. From the Birmingham Shopping District, on September the 5th, they hosted the last movie night of the year. Movie nights are wildly popular, of course, and they run from, I believe, June through September. Also, the farmers market continues to go on Sundays from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. every week, and that will run through the end of October. So the last market will be the end of season celebration on Sunday, October 26th. Also this week, the BSD is putting on another special event. It's called the Birmingham Art Walk, and it's also in collaboration with the Birmingham Bloomfield Arts Center. It will run on September 18th from 5 to 8, and it will take place at several different stores and restaurants downtown, and it should be fun. There will be different local art, culture, displays, live music, giveaways, etc. So it's fun for all. Also, the Birmingham Burger event is back. This started last year in October. It'll come back October 1st to 31st. So get ready to try out some different burgers around town and vote on them. That'll be coming up. And of course, all of these events are designed to bring more people downtown to Birmingham, get them to visit, see what we're all about, get them to support our local retailers and restaurateurs. From the city clerk's office, I went through a lot of these things last month, so I won't reiterate them, but basically the November 4th election is coming up. If anybody's interested in seeing the official candidate list, they can go on the Oakland County Clerk/Register of Deeds, and there's an elections and voting webpage, and they can look there to see about all of the candidates that are there. Also pointing out, as I said before, that new voter ID cards have gone out, so for those that have received them, get rid of your old one and put your new one in your wallet, because some of the polling locations have changed and the precinct district numberings have changed. Also, the permanent absentee ballot applications are available, and of course, you can go on mygov.vote to apply for the permanent absentee ballots. If you're on that permanent absentee ballot list, a reminder to keep your current contact information on file with the city clerk's office, because especially if you travel a lot, if the clerk gets something and it comes back, your ballot comes back or what have you, they have to be able to call you, email you, current address, all of that, to make sure that you get your ballot on time. Also, with regard to absentee ballots, those will be going out here in the next week, well, a little bit more than a week. They get distributed generally, they're required to be ready for September 25th. So sometimes they go out a little sooner. So watch out for those. Board appointments, as you talked about, we had 3 people resigning from boards. We're always looking for dedicated individuals who are interested in serving on a public board or commission, and people can go on our website and look at available spots. We do publish notice of intention at the end of each city commission agenda, which you'll see there's 3 on there tonight for the resignations that we received. So for anybody that's interested in applying, we definitely encourage everyone to get involved. From the city manager's office, speaking of AI, we have something new that we are looking into. It is with regards to the phone system AI, and so you'll be seeing that come forward in the next couple of weeks. It's an AI program, I guess, that comes on before when somebody phones the city. We've had complaints in the past about, they say they want the planning department or the police department, and the voice system doesn't always recognize it just right, and they get sent to the wrong place. This would come on before that, and it's actually AI that would come in and try to answer the basic questions that people might have. So similar to if you call DTE and they say, what do you want to do? Do you want to pay a bill? Do you want to, what's the address, the mailing address? And it picks up all of the information. It's very specific, though, to Birmingham information. So we've looked into these services before, but in the past, they've pulled from the internet at large. So if Birmingham, Alabama had something on there, it might give a Birmingham, Alabama answer instead of a Birmingham, Michigan answer. This one is restricted. We can completely have it pull only from the Birmingham website or any links that are posted on the Birmingham website. And we can also do frequently asked questions. So everything that it would give would be Birmingham exclusive. So just a heads up to look for that. I know some of you are always interested in how we're using AI moving forward. Also from our communications department, the Birmingham Beat newsletter will be going out for fall and winter. That'll be in mailboxes in a week or 2. There'll be articles about the city's brand new pumpkin patch event, plans for America's 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, election news and precinct changes, and upcoming holiday events, and more. Those that are interested in signing up to receive updates on events going on in Birmingham, newsletters, alerts, etc., reminder to go to bhamgov.org/enews, and anybody can sign up for that. From the Department of Public Services, we're excited to share that Birmingham was awarded a Merit Design Award by the Michigan chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects in the legacy category for Booth Park. So that was an award for a project that has been built and has had a significant impact in a community for 15 or more years. So it's nice to know that Booth Park is continuously being recognized for the impact that it's made on downtown. Our DPS Director Zielinski was present in Grand Rapids to accept the award last week. There's a lovely picture of him in the report, if you want to see it. From the engineering department, I won't go through all of the projects again, as I do most months, but there's a lot of construction projects going on. Many of them are wrapping up. The high points, I guess, the traffic signal mast arm project, which is totally wrapping up this year, working on the last 3 remaining locations at Brown and Southfield, Maple and Elm, and Maple and Adams. The Adams Street, North Adams resurfacing project, that road was reopened on August 29th, so we're just looking at punch list items, little things that need to be fixed up by the contractor. Bird Avenue between Pierce Street and Edgewood was also reopened on August 30th. And now the contractor's prepping Bird between Edgewood and Grant, and that's scheduled to start this week, weather permitting, which weather looks pretty good. Wimbledon Phase 1 project, Woodward Avenue to Oxford Street, the contractor has started construction there, and there is an intersection closed due to this work this week. Willits, Bates, and Chester project, all underground construction work has been completed on this project, and the contractor's working on the roadway for the installation of bump outs, curb modifications, etc. And the 2025 concrete and sidewalk repair program will be starting at the end of this month, and as a reminder, that's various sidewalk improvements and repairs that are needed throughout the city. specifically Maple Road and Eaton, Lincolnwell Park, Crestview Park, some of the concrete repairs on alleys near Ann Street and Lincoln Street. There's a whole list of them that the engineering department will be overseeing. And another update, I know I mentioned a Consumers Energy project at the last meeting on Coolidge. There's another project that they have also going on, a gas main replacement project, and it's on select roads west of Southfield Road and south of Maple Road. So again, if anybody has any questions on what's going on there, they can contact Consumers Energy, and we have provided several phone numbers for them. We did get several calls from people that were interested in what Consumers was doing on Coolidge, and we would ask that they forward them to Consumers, since that is a project that they are overseeing and we have relatively little control over, although we do try to keep those closures as small and as short as possible. There is an Alliance of Rouge Communities group that is hosting the Stewards of the Rouge River Watershed Workshop on October 22nd. So for those that are interested in how you can protect water quality and all of the issues therein with regards to the Rouge River, they can attend that. It's at Livonia in their DPS offices. I imagine we will have somebody from the planning department attending that, since we do participate with the Friends of the Rouge and the Rouge River watershed system to protect it as much as possible. From the fire department, there's some pictures in the report on vehicle extrication training, and big thanks to a vehicle donation program by Ford, where they donate vehicles that are new that the fire department staff can go and practice their extrication processes on. For those of you that have attended the open house in the past, you can see some of that in process, but they were able to donate one for each of the 3 shifts at the fire department this year, so it provides a much needed training and experience with all of their equipment. And of course, the extraction is in accident scenarios and things like that, when the jaws of life have to be used to get somebody out of a vehicle. So it helps our staff and the fire department paramedics to be really, really well trained on rescuing anybody that would be in that situation. October is Fire Prevention Month, so there will be an open house coming this October 11th at Fire Station 1 from 1 to 4. I'm guessing they'll have one of these cars there for you to look at, but it's always a fun day. It's good for families. You can bring your kids, and there's lots of good demonstrations. Always fun. October, with being Fire Prevention Month, the fire department will also be visiting local schools and hosting many school groups at the fire station to promote fire safety. From Human Resources, you met Tyrese, our newest hire, as the HR generalist. We have also hired a new part-time librarian at the library, Mikola Potapenko. Hopefully I said that right. In addition to Tyrese, who's a full-time hire in the HR department. We've also had a police promotion. Christopher Bukowski has been promoted to sergeant. With respect to the September hiring anniversaries, as you know, we highlight all of the employees for their years of service to the city. I don't read them all. I usually talk about those that are 20 years or more, but there's a long list. 20 years or more this month. 22 years, David Papandrea with the fire department. He's a fire lieutenant. 24 years of service, Brandon Bolek-Tubro at the library. Catherine Burek in the finance department at 30 years, and the grand winner of all, Mark Clemens, assistant city manager at 40 years experience with the city. So thank you all. He's definitely the long-standing winner right now. It's going to be hard for anyone to beat him. So thank you to all of those folks for their service. From the planning department, some updates from the planning board. They did post their RFP for the zoning ordinance update. So they've got a lot of responses, at least in terms of, you can see on the Mitten system how many people inquire about it. And they've had, I think they said 30 firms had already requested the RFP. So it looks like we're going to get a good response. Those are due by the end of the month, September 30th. And we're hoping to hire somebody in maybe December and get them started by the end of the year, and that'll probably be 1 to 2 year project. A couple of updates from the planning board on other projects that are going through the system for approval. One of them is 36977 Woodward. That's up at Horton and Woodward. There's a new 3-story building that's proposed up there, so keep an eye out for that. There's also a building at 233 Cole Street. It's in an existing building, but there's major renovations proposed over there and site improvements, so those are a couple of the new developments that'll be coming. You've already heard a little bit about the Historic District Commission and the Design Review Board and their work on the draft of the Historic Preservation Master Plan that you'll be getting very soon. From the Environmental Sustainability Committee, they met earlier tonight, just before this meeting, and they're continuing their work on drafting code language related to leaf blowers. Plans to institute a congestion fee to support the city's sustainability goals, and code language to address stormwater on single-family properties during development. In related news to that, congratulations to Nick Dupuy, our planning director, who was appointed to a SEMCOG task force. He's already on one. This is a second one. This is relating to flooding. It's called the Flooding Task Force. And basically, it's to find solutions for conservation priorities, community flooding impacts, infrastructure vulnerabilities, all the things that we hear about quite a lot, and hopefully to establish a regional collaboration framework for flooding, including outreach and working with other communities to deal with these challenging additional storms that we're seeing in a lot of cases. From the police department, in good news, I guess, if you call it that, the Department of Homeland Security has just completed a 2-year investigation with regards to stolen vehicles. They recovered over 350 stolen vehicles. There were 8 Metro Detroit men that were arrested for basically stealing the cars, putting them in shipping containers, sending them overseas. Several of the vehicles that have been stolen from Birmingham were found in this particular lot. And this was special thanks to the Troy Special Investigations Unit, which includes one of our Birmingham detectives who serves on that committee. So thank you to all of them for their good work. Also this week on Wednesday from 10 to 11, Chief Gruey and the Birmingham police officers will hold an event at Bakehouse 46 called Bites with Badges. So if you want to go out and meet any of your friendly police officers or the police chief, or bring any of your children to meet them, feel free. They'll be handing out donuts, talking to residents, and sharing ideas and answering questions. Also an update from the police department. As you know, there was a large camera project that was approved by the commission last summer to put up cameras, new camera system throughout town. To date, we have 181 cameras that have been installed in and around City Hall, in some of the parking decks. Compared to our previous system, we have a much greater coverage area, and it includes all of the parking decks and Shane Park. No, there's not one in here, if that's what you're wondering, Commissioner Bella, Mayor Pro Tem Bella. There are only 10 cameras left to be installed, so this was a huge undertaking, not only by the police department, but also our IT personnel and the parking system folks who have assisted greatly. Then lastly, the update from the parking system. In other news, if you remember, we talked about the size of parking stalls at the Chesterfield garage. Now they're going into a study on the Peabody garage and looking at the parking space stall sizes over there, and they're even smaller than what we saw at Chesterfield. So they're currently debating what to do. Should they make them a uniform size? They're considering, should they all be 8'3" in width? Should they be 8'9" in width? What other space can they find to add in more stalls? Because of course, if you increase the width, right now some of them are as small as 7 feet 5 inches in width, so people have complained they're too small. But if we do restripe them, of course, to a larger size, then we will lose spaces depending on the size we go to. So they're studying that right now. So I'm guessing at one point in the near future, you'll be faced with that question as well. Like, as I said, they are also looking at areas within the structure where there are no parking spots right now, that maybe they can pick up a few in that area. And then lastly, from the parking system, there's a monthly parking report. There's a link in it from the city manager's report for anybody that wants to see the monthly parking data on each of the structures and lots in the city.
All right. That was very comprehensive, as always. Thank you very much. We move to unfinished business. We have a resolution to provide clear direction as requested by the SCC to respond to the following questions, and I'll turn that over to Ms. Ecker.
Yes, you're going to hear me talking a lot tonight, I'm afraid. I don't want to go back through every word of this report, but you can see we tried to go back and summarize from the beginning what's happened because a lot of changes have come about with regards to this project. The strategic goal that the commission adopted in November 2022 said, let's develop a plan for a permanent senior community center to house Next. As you know, then in June of 2023, the commission voted to purchase the former YMCA site, 400 East Lincoln. It was a $2 million purchase. The city put in $1.5 million. Next put in $500,000. The agreement that was signed at that time with Next was, you put $500,000 in towards this building. We will give you a $1 a year lease going forward and let you move into the existing building. At the time, it was considered that the building could be renovated with some ease in terms of the renovations needed to move Next in. So there was an agreement that talked about Next going into approximately 75% of that building and the Y staying in approximately 25% of that building. Of course, way back then, even the whole idea when the city commission voted to purchase the building was that the pool would be closed. While the Y would remain, they would have very limited programming and particularly their summer day camps they wanted to do. They would not be a fully operational branch. The intention for the Y at that time was to purchase, they were looking into additional sites in Royal Oak to combine the Royal Oak and the Birmingham branches and put in a new facility there. As you know, when that deal was negotiated with Helene Weir from the YMCA at that time, she retired. New management came in with the YMCA, and they said, hey, we would be interested in staying in Birmingham. Yes, we want to keep some activities here and some programming. And hey, if there's any way for us to do a joint project and get a Y branch and Next Senior Center in this particular location, we would be interested in doing that. That was different, of course, from what was proposed under the previous management at the Y. Also, at the same time, we hired NOR Consultants to do a more detailed study of the building. And if you recall, they did an extensive study on the systems, the mechanical equipment, the plumbing, electrical, structural, et cetera. And there was a report that came out. And at that time, the city commission made the decision that it would probably be preferable to demolish the existing building and build a new building than to put in a lot of money to bring the existing building up and still have all of the older, not all, but many of the older systems, particularly the boiler system and some of the other mechanical and electrical systems in place. So at that time, then we moved on to discussions about what would be in this new building, how big would it be. Next, of course, it was always considered that it would be a permanent home for Next to move senior services into that building. And we were talking with the Y about how we could accommodate them and keep them as a larger branch type of operation. I skipped one thing when I mentioned that we approved the contract with Next in June of 2023 to move them into the existing building. We also went to the voters for a senior millage at that time. The senior millage was designed or was basically proposed to establish, to make interim improvements to the building that was always envisioned to be 400 East Lincoln, and to create a sinking fund to provide for improvements to that building over time for a full array of services for older citizens, so for senior services in that building. Now, there have been some discussions for anybody that's following social media or general public commentary that, well, can we take that millage money and can we use it for another use? And I'll defer any questions to Mary if you have specific questions, but basically that millage was approved to be used for improvements to that building to make it habitable, hospitable for senior services. And under state law, senior services are considered a valid public purpose. We cannot just take that money and taxpayer money and millage and then use it, for instance, to support the Y. There have been some people that have said, well, let's just take that money and let's use it to fix up the building for the Y and let the Y stay there, and next can go find another home. There have been some comments about, can we use that money to pay rent for next to go to another location? No, the senior millage language was clear in the ballot proposal that was approved by the commission, and it's pretty restricted by state law. So I'll leave further questions to Mary after I get through this report if you like, but I think we're pretty clear on that. So anyways, as we decided to do a new building and the commission decided to go in that direction, just before that we ended up setting up the ad hoc Senior Recreation Center Committee in March of 2024. As you know, they've been meeting for many weeks, almost weekly, and I know two of you sit on that committee. And that committee was established, and they were to craft the project visions, goals, and objectives, prepare the project process outline, an estimated timeline, review the final needs analysis report, evaluate concept plan, basically to be a sounding board for all of the decisions that were coming up for a proposed new building or previously renovated building, and then to kind of talk through all of the issues and then make a recommendation to the city commission. So as you know, they did that, and they had, I think, 35 meetings over the past year and a half. They brought many recommendations to you for further review and discussion. As we were going through the process of looking to do the schematic design for a new building that would house Next and the YMCA, there were a lot of discussions along the way. Back in April of this year, there was some early discussion before the pause was put on this project that, well, what happens if we don't do a new building? What's going to happen? What is the plan B, so to speak? And at that time, as you recall, back in April, the city commission noted that if the direction were to change, because the commission had voted to move forward with a new building, because it seemed to be preferable to putting a lot of money into the older building. But if that didn't work out, then we would go back to the contract between Next and the city for the use of the existing building, move Next and potentially the YMCA in, and use that senior millage money to fund the improvements. As you know, we proceeded with the schematic design process, and it was to come to the city commission in May of this year. And as you know, once the schematic design was completed and we had a detailed cost estimate from Clark Construction, the project came in significant, well, over what was originally believed to be or directed to be the budget by the city commission, because you were interested in a new building. If it did not exceed $32 million, the new costs with the new economic situation that we're in came in at just over $36 million. At that time, the commission decided to take a pause, and this was going to be a little bit too much. This was more than what everybody was expecting. It's an uncertain economic time, and a pause was taken. As you know, then, pause was taken. It came back to the city commission in August of this year, and I think that was August 11th. Yes. And at that point, we had a workshop where we talked about the different options, the $36 million option. We talked about another option that the YMCA had brought in kind of at the last minute for $27 million to renovate the existing building, and expand the existing building, or going back to the original plan. I think we had some really good discussion, not only amongst the city commissioners, but also with the public at that workshop. I will say, all told, between that workshop and the previous discussions we've had on all the different alternatives and options for the building, I bet we've looked at 20 different alternatives for what we could do to that building, how big it could be, who would be in it, how much it would cost, et cetera. But in any event, that same night on the regular commission agenda, it then went to you for a vote. to determine whether or not, after you'd had time to think about what was going on with the schematic design process and that cost, did you want to put that on the ballot, take it to the voters to see if they would approve a $36 million bond? At that time, on August 11th, the commission voted 5-2 not to take that and put it on the ballot for the November election. So where are we now? We're here, we don't have a funding mechanism for a new building, and the SCC, the ad hoc committee, met on September 3rd, and they had a lot of questions and a lot of commentary about where do we go now? So that's why we're back here tonight. I don't think there's going to be any final decision made, but specifically, the ad hoc committee asked us to convey several questions to the city commission and get some guidance from you, because they're an advisory board. They want to do what you want them to do. They've done what you directed them to do. Now their questions are as follows. One, are the mission statement and associated goals that were created by the SCC and approved by the commission still pertinent? Are they still valid? Do you want them to change? And I included in the packet the vision, the goals and objectives that were previously adopted. Of course, that was when there was likely to be a new building, but in any event, I think they are asking for your opinion on those as to whether they're still valid or you want to see them changed. They want to know, what does the city commission see as their role, if any? Do you want them to continue? Do you want them to look at what you're going to do with the existing building? Do you want them to look at other options? How do you see their role with this project moving forward? They're wondering, we mentioned earlier tonight, there's somebody that resigned from that committee. Do you plan to fill that spot and move forward with the SCC and continue with them? They were an ad hoc committee. They had a 3-year term, so their term is still valid. It's ad hoc though, so it's not required by charter or ordinance. It's up to you. You can decide whether to keep them and how long and all of that. There is, you'll see on the agenda tonight, a notice of intention to fill that spot, but they are looking for guidance from you as to whether that could change if their role changes based on the discussion tonight. And lastly, does the city commission think that a joint meeting with the ad hoc committee could be helpful to kind of talk through where we go from here? They've been involved in a detailed way, as well as all of you, for a year and a half now, and they've gotten into the weeds, and I guess they would like to know if that would be helpful to help determine what path we're going to go down next with regards to a permanent home for Next. As I said, we do have a contract that's on the table that was agreed and unanimously and signed back in 2023 to move Next into the building. We have the funding available to do so with the senior millage to make renovation improvements. You've also heard, however, that the recommendation thus far is that it wouldn't be feasible to use the basement or the second floor due to accessibility issues and the amount of money that we have under the senior millage to do repairs and renovations in there. And we've also heard, of course, from the YMCA that while they would like to consider their summer camps, they wouldn't have enough space in 25% of that building to do much more than the summer camp and maybe the odd program in conjunction with Next. So the plan, at least as approved in June of 2023, was to close the pool, have the full branch of the YMCA move. At that time, it was considered to go to Royal Oak, and to renovate the building. So there's some talk, you heard this evening again, people didn't know that the YMCA was leaving. I think that's not necessarily an accurate comment, because there has been a lot of discussion over the past 2-3 years, 2.5 years on the fact that the Y was going to relocate and combine with Royal Oak. So that's where we are right now. I guess at this point, what we're looking for is, at the request of the ad hoc Senior Recreation Center Committee, some guidance on those 4 questions that are listed in the agenda.
Thank you. So let's bring back to the commission the first question. Are the mission statement and associated goals created by the SCC and approved by the City Commission still pertinent, or would the City Commission like to see something different? Ms. Kucharik, sorry.
Yes, I was just whispering with the city manager, as you go about to answer these 4 questions for the SCC, I would like to remind the commission of 2 things. One, there is an agreement that was entered into and executed on May 17th of 2023, wherein the city made the agreement with Next that they purchased this building at 400 East Lincoln for the benefit of Next to have a future home, and how that would look over the next 3 years when they were no longer going to be able to be at Midvale in 2027, and what that would look like to house them into this house, this home. At the same time, there is a valid lease agreement with the YMCA, where the YMCA was guaranteed to have a place at 400 East Lincoln for 3 years, and that would end on 7/26/2026. And once the 3-year lease term between the YMCA and the city of Birmingham was completed, it was said that YMCA may enter into a successive lease, but there was no promise or guarantee from either party that that would continue. If it were, it would be approximately a quarter of the space, about 10,000 feet, and the YMCA was aware of that when they entered into this lease agreement. The YMCA also agreed to have other obligations pursuant to the lease agreement that, again, that was entered into on the 26th of July, that they would work cooperatively with the city and with Next in order to start moving Next into the subject property, and would be cooperative while interior and exterior renovations occurred, which would provide for the opportunity for Next to move in May of 2027. So as you answer those 4 questions, I bring this to your attention that the city is under 2 contracts with the 2 entities that we are discussing.
And then there's actually a third agreement also with the BPS that says, between Next and the BPS.
Yes.
It says that they will leave and no extensions will be requested or permitted.
Correct.
So we have the 3 constraints. I think it's also, I think we also left out the part about that we lost the $8 million earmark that we had hoped to, we had intended would offset costs to the taxpayers, and that the YMCA sold this building because they could not afford to keep it, and they cannot, even in all of our discussions, could not sign a lease.
Correct. They were concerned about their significant debt load. That's why they sold the property. They had indicated to us as we were going through this discussion process, negotiation, whatever you want to call it, over the past year or so, that they could not sign a lease for a market rate lease, for instance, because they couldn't take on that financial commitment. One other point, some people have mentioned, well, let's just sell the building back to the YMCA. First of all, I remember Parrish being up here and saying, no, thank you, I can't do that. We can't take that building back. But I just want to remind everybody that if we wanted to sell it back to anybody, it would have to be a ballot proposal, because it would be a vote of the people, because we can't sell land over a certain value, which is very, very small, without going to a vote of the people. And of course, if we sold it, there would be a competitive bidding process as well. So we couldn't just say, oh, we want to sell it to the YMCA. We would have to offer it on the market and let people bid on it.
Right, and we've also heard Mr. Underwood say that, they actually had 2 proposals. And we have a long history with the YMCA. As chair of the Parks and Rec Board, I was on 4 Barnum ad hoc committees, and we fairly begged the YMCA to swap property with us from 400 East Lincoln to Barnum, or to become the tenant in Barnum. And they did not like the Barnum location because it was not on a main road. In 2007, the YMCA went to the planning board with a site plan They were in the silent phase of a capital campaign. They were going to build a new YMCA facility on the site next to the old YMCA facility, make the new one fully operational, and then demo the old one. The asks that they had to the city at that time were permission to use a portion of St. James Park on a temporary basis to stage their construction equipment, and a permanent agreement to lease for $1 a year an additional strip of land for parking, because the new building was slightly bigger and required, I think, 20 or so more parking spaces. So they didn't need a full row. They needed a travel lane and 1/2 lane of angled parking. And the Parks and Rec Board approved that and recommended it to the commission. However, that was in 2007. The capital campaign never came to fruition with the economic challenges that happened in 2008 and 2009, and so that project was abandoned. Recent conversations with Mr. Underwood is they don't have any plans to undertake a capital campaign to build a new facility on that site at 400 East Lincoln. His statement is that they are considering perhaps a comprehensive campaign for all of their sites, but their priority is the Royal Oak site that they own and where they have what he calls site control. They own Royal Oak. They're now focusing on the existing site. They had two projects in Royal Oak. The original one, when Helene Weir was here, was over near the baseball fields and the fire station. That one fell apart for a variety of reasons. They then entered into another discussion. They had a 1-year option on the piece of property in Royal Oak next to the Oakland Community College for a multi-story facility that would have also housed some residential housing, a child care center, and other things. And according to the Royal Oak City Manager, that option expired and that project fell apart. And they both had multiple challenges, but primarily financial. And so, the YMCA is a valued resource in this community, which is why the commission worked so hard to try to figure out how to keep them and how to have them be responsible for maintaining a new pool that was ADA compliant in this $36 million project. But, there's been a lot of conversation about the value of Next and the value of Y and the number of Birmingham taxpayers for each. And it has been mentioned many times that roughly only 30% of Next's members are Birmingham taxpayers. And I think it's important to level set and say that at the February 24th meeting this year, when Ms. Braun and Mr. Underwood both had slide presentations, the Y also presented their membership numbers. They claimed that they had 3,700 individual members, but the slide that they put up showed that only 740 of those members were Birmingham taxpayers over the age of 18, which is roughly 30%, similar to Next. So I think level setting about the number of tax-paying members who are Next users and tax-paying members who are Y users, one of them does not vastly outweigh the other. That doesn't mean that we don't agree that the Y had value. We very much hope that they would continue their scholarship services and their summer camp services even after the 3-year period. But they are in no financial position and do not have an interest in staying in that building because they have said over and over that they cannot afford the obligation to maintain the facility there. And they are focused on upgrades to the Royal Oak site from what we have been told. So back to the question. What does the commission think about the goals and objectives that the mission statement and associated goals, to be absolutely correct, that were approved by the city commission? Do we think they're still pertinent? Do we want something different? Do we think that they're pertinent as a long-term goal? Looking at Mr. Kosick's letter and his suggestion for a perhaps a smaller facility on that site that would have senior and community uses. It may be that these goals are still valuable goals, but they're goals that are going to take us a while to get to. So, Commissioner Host.
I'd just like to start by saying a few points that have possibly already been stated. We have determined that the YMCA and Next are not compatible together in this building. I believe we've come to that understanding. We've also learned that the existing building needs a lot of refurbishment, or else we need to build a new one. And lastly, I think we all agree that Next, if they are the only tenant, cannot afford the building as it is. Now, on that premise, I'd like to propose that the ad hoc committee spend more time thinking about the 400 East Lincoln building. And we and our neighborhood communities consider better long-term solutions for Next. By decoupling 400 East Lincoln and Next's future, we can identify maybe opportunities that we never looked at over the last 2 years. And for example, I'm going to talk about the Birmingham Public Schools. Next is its own entity, but it's 4 of the 7 cities that are the Birmingham School District. So in a sense, Next represents a majority of those communities. When I was on the school board, in the early 90s, we faced the challenge of what to do with too much space, too many facilities, and too few children in the schools. And I think today they are having the exact same problems. And as such, I think we ought to be talking to the school district about possibly a better solution for Next, as well as for the Birmingham taxpayers at 400 East Lincoln. Need I remind you that we solely, and I mean that literally and figuratively, represent the city of Birmingham taxpayers, who are, as the mayor pointed out, 30 to 35% of Next. Our highest priority should be to seek other avenues that might be good for Next. To mothball 400 East Lincoln to any extent, I presume, cannot be a good business decision for the city of Birmingham taxpayers, whom we represent. I mean, to force-fit city offices into the lower level or the upper level to help out Next with, the actual utilities and maintenance of that building is not a good idea. So I propose we pause the work of the ad hoc committee and redefine its mission to help explore alternatives, different locations, and solutions apart from the 400 East Lincoln building. And we should see that the synergy of Next is really the Birmingham School District, which may be able to accommodate Next at other space. The direction is entirely in keeping with our strategic goals to support our senior citizens, and it also respects the interests of our taxpayers that we have an asset in 400 East Lincoln, and we have to show our citizens that we're acting responsibly with the building.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Ms. Ecker, have there been conversations with Embecca about any other locations being available in the Birmingham Public Schools?
Yes. I wouldn't say specifically, we haven't gone through building by building and asked them, but we have talked about them, and they have indicated, as you know, that Midvale is going to be used by pre-K because they are seeing more students and they want to encourage more students, and there isn't additional room. Two other comments. I think one of your assumptions that you said was that Next and the Y cannot coexist. I don't think that has been determined. I think that during the last year and a half, there have been a lot of discussions as to how Next and the Y could coexist in the same building. That being said, there's also been people that have said, maybe we don't want to mix, but I don't think that was decided, I guess. And also that it was not decided that Next could not afford the operating costs, because I think Chris Braun has said that they would be able to pay for the operating costs. So just to point that out.
Thank you. Any comments from Commissioner Emmerine or Commissioner Schaefer?
Not at this time.
I have some general comments. I think with regard to the SEC, I think its purpose needs to be redefined. I think clearly what this two-year discussion about all of the different test fits of how these two entities could work together hasn't resulted in anything that's viable at this point. So I do think there's value. We know that people have spent many hours already on this committee discussing, what its future holds. So I think a redefinition of the committee's purpose is worthwhile, and then, resurrecting it when that's been done. I think I've struggled all along with owning a private business that, in order to be viable, you have to be able to have funds to pay rent and pay personnel and do all those things. But I've kind of along the way recognized that, Next is different in that way, and that the city has its duty to serve its seniors. And so you kind of have to record scratch exactly how that business transaction looks. And so we have to be creative, I think, as we move forward. And I think about, we've gone down this road and we've exercised $35 million versions of this, and now $3.5 million versions maybe are on the table. And I had a WISE attending when I was in training tell us in the pediatric intensive care unit, the eye does not see what the mind does not think. And so I think here that applies, and that we have a new opportunity. We have a new lens to look through, and from there, maybe we'll think of new ideas. So.
All right. Commissioner Muller.
Well, following up on your comment about a new lens, I agree that we should have a new mission statement. I think the YMCA, I was going to use the term rip the Band-Aid off, but I think that we need to do that. But I think the YMCA has already done that for themselves. I think we need to just acknowledge that they're not going to be part of this, at least not anytime soon, and then move forward on that basis. Because as long as we continue to hold out hope that we can do a community center that includes, both these organizations, I don't think we're going to get anywhere. So I'd like to see a decision about that tonight. And then we can focus what we want to do in terms of helping Next. And there are some options. I think even within the constraints of the contracts that exist, and I'm sorry you didn't include the MOU in the packet tonight. It's not in here, right?
The MOU is not in the packet tonight. It's been provided several times
sure.
before.
We've seen it, and there's wiggle room in all of those documents. And I'd like to think there's wiggle room in the whole situation, especially when you remove the YMCA. And I think I have a lot more to say, but I'm not going to say it right now, and I'll let these guys talk. But so I'm not sure, well, I will say, I'm not sure how to answer the three other questions about what the SEC's role would be. I think tonight we're answering question 3. We are going to fill, right? It's on The agenda,
We've noticed that we intend to seek applicants.
Okay.
We haven't specifically stated, the commission hasn't specifically stated that you will fill that.
I see no problem moving forward with filling it, and then if we decide the committee doesn't need to do anything, we can just not. And we have so many joint meetings coming up. I don't know how we're going to squeeze in one more, but whatever. So yes to a new mission statement and goals, and a yes to moving forward, assuming the why is not part of this.
Commissioner Haig or Long?
Thank you. We did a pretty extensive evaluation of the current building and what it would take to bring that up to par. That those costs that I recall came in at pretty close what it would cost to tear the building down and build a new one. They were almost pretty close. The tipping point was that the cost to operate a renovated building would vastly exceed the cost to operate a new building. And those costs were going to be carried by either the city or one of the tenants or both of the tenants, depending on what time frame over the last year plus 14 months that we've been doing this. So I would like to see whether that's still accurate. I think it is, but I mean, it wasn't the ad hoc committee that did this. We brought in very knowledgeable vendors who did a very extensive study and gave us their expertise. So this isn't anybody up here that's proffering that. That's a public record. We went through it in numerous meetings. You know, I think Commissioner Baller said, you know, city government moves slowly. It's true. And making sausage isn't always, or watching it being made isn't always the most pleasant thing. It doesn't mean that the end result is bad. And we went through this before I came on the commission with the library. We swung the bat numerous times. There's nothing wrong with that. You swing the bat, you try your best, and if you don't hit the ball, you don't pack up your ball and go home and just say, oh, well, we're done. We have an obligation here. I've said before, and I'll say it again, we have an obligation to our seniors. When my kids who went through Birmingham schools, I used the library extensively. I don't use it very much anymore. Does that mean that I should vote for us to mothball that because I don't use it? I don't think that's the way we as a community operate. Some of us use the library more than others. Some of us will use the community center or next or whatever we have at some point in their life. The clock's ticking. At some point, if you're all still living here, you'll want to use a facility for next. Do you want to be in Midvale or do you want to be in a new building? Wherever that building may be. So I think we need to, we absolutely need to revise the mission statement. I just read it over 4 times. Are we going to have a community center or are we going to have a building for next? Because right now it seems like we need to find a home for next wherever that may be. We bought this property for the sole purpose, back when we started, for a future home for next. And so I do not agree, I strongly do not agree that we should say, well, we should just not use this property now and we should find somewhere else. That wasn't why we bought this property in the first place. And I'll tell you what, it was a great purchase. It was a great thing to purchase. I think we could probably line up about 100 different people right now that will give you $2 million for that property. It's worth way more than that. So I think we need to revise the mission statement. I think we need, I served on the ad hoc committee, and the frustration is that we swung the bat, that the story changed. And yeah, okay, we didn't hit the ball, but it doesn't mean that we need to stop. We need to push forward. We need to find a home for next. I've said it before, I'll say it again. We can do better. We need to do better. by our seniors. And our seniors in this community are growing. I'm going down a train track where I'm getting real close myself. We could do better than what we have done right now. And what I would like to see is some other options. During the ad hoc committee, there were some statements that we had, that the commission here had agreed on option C because A and B were gone. That was not my recollection that we have agreed on, or that we agreed on even temporarily on option C. We didn't. So anybody who said that we did, you're wrong. We didn't. I think we need to see D, E, F, and maybe Z all the way through. If somebody's telling me that the school has excess capacity, that's news to me. And I came to every single meeting for the ad hoc for over a year, sometimes 2 to 3 hours on a Wednesday from 3 p.m. until sometimes 6 p.m. And I have a full-time job. And so did a lot of other people. So I think we need to reset the mission statement. We have to understand that we have contractual obligations, especially the MOU, and we need to figure out what options we could do with regard to this property or whether we move somewhere else. I think we bought this property for a reason. I think we should go forward with this property, whether it's a smaller building, whether we temporarily renovate this building with the understanding that maybe down the road we're going to redo it. I think that's a mistake because I think you're throwing $3.5 million into a bucket and you're lighting it on fire temporarily when you could use that money to put towards a new building now. If we're not going to have a community center, if we're not going to have the YMCA other than maybe in the summer using the park where they don't really use much of the building, I think we should look at building a smaller building. I think that could be done in stages. I think that could be done where we build a new smaller building in the parking lot areas that are next to the current building. And if we exceed the time frame where they need to be out of the school, they can move temporarily into the current YMCA building, and then we tear that building and that part becomes a parking lot. We could also do it where we renovate the building and we leave a certain portion of the land undeveloped for a potential partner down the road, whoever that may be. And if it doesn't come to fruition, we have extra parking. So those are my views. I think that it is a huge mistake, and I'll say it again, for us to invest money into this building, because whoever the stakeholders are that are going to be part of that building, whether that's the city of Birmingham paying for it or a tenant paying for it or multiple tenants down the road paying for it, it is going to be a noose around their neck. And to mothball the upper and lower levels is a ridiculous statement. It's ridiculous because you can't just close the door and forget about it. You still have to maintain it. Okay, things are still going to need to be maintained. There's a certain amount of humidity that needs to be taken care of. So I think that that's a mistake too. But with that said, I have a lot of other suggestions, but as far as if we're just going item number one, yes, the mission statement right now is not applicable. It needs to be reworked, and we need to give the ad hoc committee that I sit on some direction before we spend more daily Wednesdays spinning our wheels. Not to say that we spun our wheels before. Again, we swung the bat and we didn't hit the ball. Fine. But we need to be redirected on what we should be doing before we just meet for the sake of meeting.
And how do you feel about filling the open seat and having the joint session?
I think we can certainly fill the open seat, but I don't know what time frame we are going to have for us to come to a decision of what we are going to do with this building. Are we renovating it? Are we renovating a portion of it, all of it? Are we tearing it down and building a new one? Are we going to build a new one on the side of the building and then use the other building until we then tear that down? So I don't know what time frame that's going to be. I would hate for us to spend time filling a vacancy for a ad hoc committee that may not meet for another 3 months or 4 months, and where that person may say, well, I've got other stuff to do now, and we wasted our time. So if it's something that we're going to be meeting in the next 30 days, yeah, we should fill it. If it's something that we're going to need more time, then we should wait to the time frame, maybe a month before or what have you, so that we have people that are available when we need them, not waiting in the wings for something that may or may not be needed. And I do think a joint workshop would be helpful, because we're kind of back to the drawing board. And my experience is the more heads and opinions that are given, the better the result will be. So I do think that we should have a workshop. I know that we're super busy, but it's important. This is an important thing that we need to figure out quickly.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Haig.
So lots of talk for 4 direct questions from all of us, and so many points. Number 1, yes, rescope it is the short answer, because the scope's no longer valid. It's very simple. To get to what, that's point number 2. I don't have a clear picture of that yet, because point number 1, we need to rescope, which drives point number 2. Open vacancies, I think there is value to that, but the more I think about it, the more I listen to what people are saying, I think the vacancies need to be perhaps changed with the requirements. Because if it's going to be community, perhaps we need to actually specifically look at recruiting somebody for this board who is of 30 years old or younger. It needs to have a really robust representation from every demographic group. It may be hard to find someone in that age range because it is during the workday. So I think we need to think about that as part of the rescoping, because it designs what we're looking for. Do I think a joint meeting or a joint workshop would be appropriate? I do, but not yet. I think we all need to spend a little bit of time and maybe one of the remaining tasks for the SCC is to propose new future ideas. Not to come up with firm directions, just have a brainstorm. Throw it out there, because realistically, long-term future, mid-term to long-term future, it's a clean sheet of paper. So if I look at some of the points that have been brought up by my colleagues here, for instance, in the original vision statement, goals and objectives. The vision statement, yeah, that's the rescope. Goals, we definitely need to look at them. But objectives, in my opinion, 2 of those have been met. So one was create a permanent home for Next. Well, yeah, we did. It's as permanent as that building. But realistically, that building's not permanent. No building's permanent. This one just happens to be a lot closer to retirement than we would ideally like it to be. But that's part of the rescoping. But yeah, we met that objective. Point number 2, support Next in providing a wide range of programs and services. I don't see that we ever didn't. Even before this project, we were helping support by the support that we gave Next by contracting them. So that one, to me, was always there. We achieved it. We were just looking to grow it. Now, the building itself, for the home, like I said, it's close to retirement, being polite. I think I was actually the one that made the motion for knocking it down, if I remember rightly. We've learned a lot subsequent to the original NOR study, and I think with hindsight we can see an awful lot of things in a different lens compared to what we were presented at the time. Mm-hmm. So there's an awful lot of education that we've all received, and that we can think about things in a different way, and that would be part of our rescope.
Right.
Mothballing the existing building or parts of the existing building. For instance, if anyone wants to mothball the pool, it's gone. You switch it off, it's gone. It's never restarting. It doesn't matter what you do, it's done. It's over. But we had lots of conversations about reasons for that. We're not going to go back into them, but mothballing parts of a building, as was said, you don't just shut the door and pretend it's not there. There's still an operation cost, there's still an overhead, there's still sorts of things go on. So the way I see it, going back to point number 1, the mission statement, the timeline that we have is less pressurized because we do have a pathway, we do have an MOU, we do have an agreement, we do have something that's on the table, we do have something where Next has a home. It's all there. what we now have is a little bit more luxury of time. We're not looking at a decade here, but we're looking at a little bit more luxury of time than saying first quarter 2027, we've got to have something ready to go, because we've got something that's ready to go as soon as the lease with the YMCA expires. It's there. That's it. That's the date. It's 26. So now we've got a little bit more time to plan what we should do better with the rescoping. And I'm going to use this as sort of circle back to one of the next items on here, the community survey. This actually is an ideal opportunity for a questioning theme within the community survey if we don't lead the questions, but we set up parameters to say, what would our community wish to see done with this site now that we effectively have a clean sheet of paper? How could we do this better? So that's why I'm looking at some of the other points here about a joint workshop. Yes, it's got value, but not yet, I think. Rescoping, yes, but we need to actually get external inputs. And I think something like that community survey, the reason why I wanted it, the reason why I think we all unanimously agreed on it is the community at large pays for everything. What does the community at large want? So all the actions, all the suggested actions, they all make sense. They really do. But it's not something that has to be done and delivered tonight or by next week. This is where we've actually got time to sit back and say, all right, pressure's off. Let's try and learn and do a better job this time, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And I agree with your point about revisiting the NOR data, because very quickly in that process, it became NOR proposal for the joint building, including the pool. And we know that of the 36 million, the new pool itself was 6.7 million.
It was a chunk.
It was a huge chunk, because we asked Mr. Underwood if he could bring 6.7 million to the table before we went to the bond issue, and he unfortunately said, he didn't commit to ever bringing it, but he said they could think about it, and it would still take multiple years for them to be able to figure out how they might raise that. So, but yes, the NOR data that we looked at was not, and the operational costs were not specific just to next use of the building. So, Commissioner Emmerine.
I just wanted to add, sorry, excuse me, a couple more things. This is a small thing, Jana, but in the document says vision statement, and our report says mission statement, just a little wordsmithing there. But I've read this over the weekend and a year ago, and the vision statement and the goal. I agree, the vision statement needs to maybe get worked, but also at the same time, everything we're talking about YMCA, we're talking about next. What should we, the vision statement doesn't mention next. It doesn't mention YMCA. It doesn't mention 400 East Lincoln. It doesn't mention any of that. So if we're going to rework it, I'm okay with that. If we're going to rescope it, I'm okay with it. But maybe we need to provide more be more specific in what it's saying. Because the way I'm reading it right now, everything that reads here is not contrary to anything anybody said here tonight. So maybe we need to be more specific with what the vision statement is, rather than saying it's just wrong, because I don't know if it is wrong at this point. And then the goals, the same thing. The only thing that ties next, if it doesn't mention next, mentions Senior Community Center, doesn't say 400 East Lincoln, but it says St. James Park. Nothing ties this to 400 East Lincoln. It doesn't say 400 East Lincoln. It doesn't say YMCA. None of this is YMCA. So maybe we need to rework it. I'm okay with that. But the question being asked by the SEC, and maybe one of the two members of the SEC could, do we need to redo all this? I don't know if we do. Who really does this? Does the commission? Does the SEC? Should we do that at a joint meeting? Maybe that's something to do at a joint meeting up front. But I agree with Commissioner Haig, I don't want to have a joint meeting without some kind of clear direction, maybe from the commission first. I don't want to have a wasted meeting just to have a meeting. So am I okay with reworking it? Sure. Rescoping it absolutely needs to be done. I think a workshop's a good idea, but I agree it's a bad idea to have a workshop, just have a workshop, unless there's clear agenda or a reason to have it, then we should do it. And just so I can be clear, I think it's all been said, but the order that this went through was we bought the building. It was then the memo of understanding, then the North study. Then during the ad hoc committee, it was said, oh, if we tear it down, it's going to be about the same cost as redoing it. That was kind of the process. So I don't love the idea of reworking a contract that we signed up when we had that MOU, but I don't think we had all the information at the time that was available to us now. So I don't know how that gets redone, but Commissioner Long said it the best. Investing money into an existing building, basically throwing good money after bad, I think is a terrible idea. We shouldn't be spending money on this building. That's my opinion.
Ms. Kuchar, could you clarify about the MOU?
Not just the MOU, but back when this entire endeavor began with then manager Marcus, it was always intended that the purpose of the bond of the $3.5 million would be a start to doing what was necessary in the building to make it some areas ADA compliant, and to have that be the transition to get them in the building comfortably so that they could continue to function and serve their seniors. And then, as time would go on, envision a way to improve and better that building. So the bond money in the interim was to help start renovations, make a sinking fund in order to continue the efforts down the road. I don't think it was ever contemplated that you move them in and you spend $3.5 million and that's the end of the story. It was an interim activity to get them in, renovate, get them comfortable, and to continue to build on the asset with maybe some future ideas incorporating more of the community. That was my memory of being part of it since day one, and I'm sure if Ms. Braun is here, she could speak to that as well.
And it was always intended to be for Next. It wasn't we bought the building and then the MOU, because Next contributed $500,000. City manager Marcus, when he returned for the 2.5 years, I mean, they had been looking for a location for Next for 10 years because we had kept asking the Birmingham Public Schools if we could get a lease so that we could invest in those buildings. Maybe if we could get a lease, put in some additional space in a courtyard, bring in trailers or something, but we had no rights to do anything because we didn't have a lease. And so he spent a number of years looking for a lease. He also spent a number of his last 2.5 years looking at property with Ms. Braun to try and find a location for Next, because it was very clear that the Birmingham Public Schools strategic planning did not include maintaining space for Next. And he was part of that strategic planning effort, as was I. It was very clear that Next was a footnote and not considered in how they wanted to move forward for Middale, which is to be the center of excellence. And at that time, there was no other first floor space available in any other school that BPS wanted to talk to us about. So the sequence that we bought the building and then was the MOU is not correct. It was an integral process that we bought the building with Next agreement to provide $500,000 towards the purchase because it was going to be the home for Next. And signing the MOU and signing the purchase agreement for the building followed each other in very short succession, because that is why we bought the building. It was the only location in town that was ever identified as being possible, and the YMCA sold it to us, Ms. Weir, at a very discounted price. I believe we had real estate assessments that said it was worth multiple times that if it was going to be used for, 12 individual homes, for example. They sold it to us because they wanted to be good stewards, because they agreed on the nonprofit use, and because we agreed to let them stay there while the new Royal Oak projects were going to be constructed.
It was always contemplated that the pool would be closed and filled in and used probably as some gym material and activities for some gym activity, be it pickleball or something else. It was always contemplated that, Commissioner Long, you like to use the example of your home, that they were moving into the home, and when you buy a new house, there are things that you kind of have to do, like get the carpets cleaned or tore out, put some paint on to freshen it up. But sometimes you have to save a little money to have the kitchen remodeled, or new cabinets put in, or a third bathroom added. That was the contemplation with the bond, and then, the millage and a sinking fund to continue making the house a better house, because you can't do it all at once when you buy your new house.
If I may really.
If that just adds a little history and context. All right.
Just a little bit more history, too. The vision statement, the goals and objectives were changed while this process was ongoing. To take a step back, when we had the MOU and when we were going to use this building for the next Home for Next, YMCA was out. They were out. And then they came back and said, oh, wait, we'd be interested. And so we changed the vision statement, the goals, and the objectives. We tweaked them. The ad hoc committee did, and then the commission approved the changes, specifically the community facility, the senior center, et cetera. So now we need to change them back to a Home for Next, because the YMCA is now out again. I've used the expression before. Over the last year plus, this has very much been a moving chessboard. This has not been a static board of facts. We reacted to wanting to keep the YMCA here when they originally were out. There was a reason why the YMCA sold this building, folks. There was a reason why. And if you don't think that they didn't do a study to see if it was feasible, there's a reason why they sold the one in Rochester as well. The one in Rochester, I read somewhere that they were losing like $500,000, $600,000 a year. Okay? So, again, part of that was because the building was not able to be run efficiently like you would if you had a new building, which is why we went down that rabbit hole. And again, we swung the bat and we didn't hit the ball. Fair enough. But you can't read the vision statement, the goals and objectives to where we find ourselves now and say, well, they don't really fit. They don't have next in them or what have you. It's because they got changed when the project morphed and we reacted because we did want the Y here. And I said we wanted the Y here because they are experts in programming. And if we're going to do a community center and the city of Birmingham wanted to start by itself to put together programming for a community center, they would have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for something that the YMCA has perfected over 100 years. If that's not going to work out, so be it. We swung the bat and we missed the ball. But these need to be reworked. We need to figure out, before we rework them, what we want. Because I don't even think we're sitting here now all on the same page as to what we want. And as has been pointed out, it's not what the commission wants, it's what the city wants, what our residents want, what we should be providing for our seniors. That's what we need to figure out first, and then go from there. That's what we should be looking at.
All right, so as to the 4 questions, it seems like there is consensus that we would like something different for number 1. That the SCC's role moving forward depends on what we pick for number 1. That we would like to fill the vacancy, though there's some discussion about the time frame to do that, and that a joint workshop would be appropriate, but not at this time until we deal with repurposing the statement and the goals. So there was one commissioner who said, would we have the SCC do that or would we do that? But there still needs to be some more thought on our part before we initiate that. So with that, I want to now open it up to public comment. So if you are in the room and you'd like to make a public comment about this, please do, and then we'll take any public comment online.
Good evening. Mike Clift, 723 Oakland Avenue. And I actually prepared remarks today. She wouldn't have to give me the hook. In the 2 years since the city purchased YMCA, I'm not sure that we've really gotten anywhere. The Recreation and Senior Center Ad Hoc Committee worked long and hard to come up with a plan for the best way forward. Eventually, they settled on a recommendation to the city commission to seek a bond for the construction of a 40-some thousand square foot building that could serve as a home for Next, while also serving a community, while also serving as a community fitness and recreation center for the community at large. They reasoned that new construction made better financial sense given projected maintenance costs for the current YMCA building. Over many months of hard work and listening to citizens, the ad hoc committee had come to understand that there was considerable demand among Birmingham residents for indoor fitness and recreation facilities, including an aquatic facility, and concluded that their recommendation, while not the cheapest, was the best option for the community taken as a whole. What happened next? Well, we got a case of jitters brought on by things that really did happen, tariffs, higher interest rates, and inflation. Understandable, but I think the commission was mostly dismayed that what was originally seen as a $2 million purchase followed by relatively minor renovations turned out to perhaps be too good to be true. So they voted against putting the millage in front of voters. But I'm not sure the alternatives to that bond proposal make better sense. One option is mothballing the basement and second floor and letting Next operate on the main floor. How does that work? Next clearly can't afford the renovation and maintenance expenses for 400 East Lincoln. Will the city pick up the shortfall? I hope not. Next membership is a minority of Birmingham residents. And more importantly, this proposal neglects the desire of the city at large for an indoor recreation and fitness facility. The packet for last commission meeting refloated the idea of seeking a bond for a new downsized Next building. I oppose that option for the same reason. Why would voters approve a bond for a facility that serves only a subset of the community? Why are we in this position? Some of the commissioners like to point out that it was YMCA's decision to say they're building. I'd say that's exactly the point, but you could also say that fact is beside the point. Like it or not, the YMCA has served as Birmingham's de facto indoor fitness and recreation center since its construction. Were the Y not located in Birmingham, I think it's safe to say, I lost my spot, that Birmingham would have built a community center incorporating fitness and recreation facilities long ago. And let's quit couching this alternative as a giveaway to the Y. I don't care who operates the facility. I don't care if the Y is part of the equation. I simply believe Birmingham needs a full-service community center. And don't forget, the Y offered to pick up operating expenses of the proposed new facility on an essentially permanent basis. That's not nothing. So that's the scenario we're facing today. And we're fortunate to be in a position to kill two birds with one stone. There are synergies to co-locating Next and a recreation and fitness center in the same facility. Let's take advantage of those. If I didn't expect significant amenities in the community I chose to relocate to 4 years ago, I could have moved to Clawson. This is Birmingham, Michigan. We're better than this. Let's put the SSC back to work on planning a facility, whether it's in the existing structure at 400 East Lincoln or an entirely new building that meets the needs of all citizens. Thanks for all that you do on this project.
Thank you.
Christine Allen, I'm Beverly Hills, but I'm a board member of Next. And thank you very much for this conversation, Mayor Long and Manager Ecker. Thank you very much for the historical perspective in making sure everyone was brought back up to where we are today. That was great. I just have one thing, because especially Commissioner Long, you mentioned city government moves slowly. I have one reminder, 623 days. 623 days, and Chris Braun will be handing over the keys, and Next will have no home. 623 days. Just keep that number in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your very comprehensive conversation tonight. My name is Chris Braun. I'm the director of Next and also a Birmingham resident and a senior. You guys did a fabulous job recapping what has happened, so I don't want to get into those and be repetitive, but there are a few things that I do want to address. A couple of bullet points that I think are important. In July of 2022, that is when you passed a resolution to have Mr. Marcus go out and look for a new facility officially. Since 7 months passed, and I don't think the community at large really understands how much work was put into that and how many places were spoken to, talked to, visited. He did a lot on his own. We did a lot on our own. We hired a commercial realtor. When I say hire, pro bono, we didn't spend money, but we contracted with a commercial realtor. We went to Parkland, went to faith-based organizations, property managers, property owners, just anything we could think of. We had a pretty good run with the parking lot over off of Maple, but that turned out to not work out with their elder leaders of that church. But we did do extensive research as to where next could possibly go. And the YMCA at that time, along with our exploring various options of other organizations, 501c3 we might have synergy with, we obviously contacted the Y, and the Y at that time said, as a matter of fact, we are thinking of selling and we would like to sell, and for the reasons that the mayor had spelled out. So I don't want to go through that. But it wasn't a rash decision. It wasn't a quick turnaround of where we could go. It was a thoughtful, deliberate, strategic plan that we had to look at the Y. And when the Y then decided they were going to sell, we were pretty thrilled with that idea. And then November of 2022, the commission adopted your strategic goals, and one of them being finding a place for senior services moving forward and a permanent home, as well as the aging in place plan. So after 7 months, the Y was identified as the ideal location. The park behind it was an ideal asset to include with that. And so with the negotiations, as you mentioned, the Y did sell probably at a pretty good price, knowing that they could then stay in the Birmingham region as well. So in June of 23, as you said in short sequence, the commission unanimously supported purchasing the building, unanimously supported the memo of understanding, and unanimously supported putting the millage on that November ballot, which then passed almost 70%. So the voters had also bought into the idea of next moving into the building with some modifications. So with the vision of Tom Marcus and the approval of the commission, we were feeling pretty darn optimistic. We were excited for the first time, and as you alluded to, we could never nail down that lease at Midvale. So we were excited to have some kind of permanency to move forward to. And you need permanency in order to do some long-range planning. And what started as a very exciting project quickly turned a little unpleasant. And that's one thing I do want to address, is people somehow think the Y leaving Birmingham is our fault or your fault. But as you pointed out, the Y decided to sell the building. And they decided to sell the building, as you pointed out, because they couldn't afford it. They needed to get debt off their books, and it became too much for them to manage. So another point being, as I just heard the gentleman say, that the Y offered to pay the operating cost for the building. And they did that again, getting back to Ms. Ecker's point, because they couldn't afford a lease. They could not sign a lease. So by working on the operating cost, they could have an agreement, and that was in lieu of the lease. Next could always pay for our own operating cost. And to be honest, I blame myself for letting that ever happen. I remember talking to our board and I think the city staff saying, if we allow that to happen, it'll look like we can't afford it. And that's exactly what happened. But yes, we could afford it. And to those people who think we're unable to afford operating or maintenance of the new building, that is just not true. That is not true at all. So here, I just want to reiterate that we are not the bad guy here. We're not the villain in the story. The Next sold the building, but somehow there's some people in the community that like the Y, which obviously is appropriate, and use the Y and don't want the Y to leave. So they have been disparaging Next over the past year and a half. They've been saying things that are untrue. They've been trying to sell their opinions as fact. And most of them, ironically, not even most of them, all of them, have never been to Next, have never called me for a meeting to understand our operations, never called our staff, never have called our 20 board members. But yet they spew out misinformation and are using Next as a scapegoat. And some of those things are continually repeated that I just want to dispel right now. So there's a repeated comment that we didn't play well in the sandbox, and we wanted way too much dedicated space, and therefore the Y wouldn't be able to operate. Not true. Out of the 47,000 square feet, at the end of the day, Next ended up with 6% of the building as dedicated space. We lost some things that we thought were very important. One of them was a mini clinic that we were going to use as a revenue generator and partner with Henry Ford. We didn't have room for that. And we didn't have room for a proper fitness center. The list goes on, but the Y ended up with about 35% dedicated square footage of that. So my point being is that that is very untrue, and I wanted to make that point. Next has put in almost $700,000 into this project to date, and we have been proud to do that, and we will continue to do that, and are capable of doing that. We remain fiscally solid, always have been, and each time we need to have a little bit more money in our coffers for something, a new website, a new boss, a bus, hiring additional staff, we rise to the occasion. We bring out another fundraiser, we get another sponsor. We are very capable of minding our finances and being fiscally responsible. So the thought of us unable to pay our expenses moving forward, however they may be teased out, is just totally inappropriate. As I mentioned, you're more than welcome to have opinions, but facts are facts, and we are capable of doing that. And to be honest, we are pretty tired of being like an easy target, because we are really just trying to serve the most vulnerable people of this community. How it became controversial, I'm not quite sure. You would think we're trying to sell like cannabis out of a brothel. We are just trying to serve seniors the best way we can. So what I'd like to just say is, I think we can move into the building as is. I think we can make it work fiscally and physically. I think the point of adding on to the expenses over the years is a very valid thing to remember. One thing I just did last week is I met with the gentleman that oversaw all the bond work for the schools, and he walked me through much of what they did and some of the expenses. In fact, in Midvale, just about 4 years ago, we replaced the boiler at about $100,000. It's an exact same replica of the 57 boiler that's in the Y. So things can be done incrementally, and it can be feasible to make it a good, usable, functional building again, not tear down another building in Birmingham, but make it something that we're proud of. So I just want to also say that you made the commitment to seniors 3 years ago or 2 years ago. We were thrilled with that. We are excited to move forward. I hope your priorities haven't changed. And I know by moving into the Lincoln property, we can continue to serve seniors with the programs, the resources, and the gathering space they need and deserve. And I think that's important to remember. To your point, Mr. House, the schools do not have any extra space. Among that investigative time that Tom Marcus and I spent with the schools, we were on the capacity study committee. That was 8 or 9 meetings that studied how many students, at what age, how they will be graduated through the system, what schools. And to be honest, they do have about 1,600 free seats, but none of them are in a building to be able to combine 2 other buildings. So they're not losing students, unlike other school districts. They've done a pretty good job of keeping their count. They're not growing exponentially, of course, but other school districts are losing students. Birmingham is not. They are in pretty darn good shape, and they are not willing to close a school to make sure that Next has a home moving forward. And the other part, as far as the taxpayers, totally understand, but again, remember our genesis. We came from the schools. We were serving the schools. Of course, we're going to have a couple other communities involved in our program, which is, I would think, is something you want. The more people using the building and paying into the building, the more viable the whole project is. Like the library, who has other communities paying in to use it, that's exactly what Next would do. And yes, we will adjust the payments as needed. We haven't needed to increase, we have increased incrementally. If we need a larger increase, we will certainly ask for that, and the communities have vowed to support us. And if they don't, they won't be using the facility. It's as simple as that. So I think the risk of worrying about that is mitigated by almost the example of the library. And one last thing, I do want to say is kind of an interesting thing. Tom Marcus is, I think, either Tuesday or Wednesday, going to be honored with the Distinguished Service Award for 2025 from the Michigan Municipal League. That is the highest honor that association gives, and it's for innovative programs and projects consistently provided excellence in character and professionalism. He is the architect of this plan. I think there's some wisdom in understanding what was in his mind, what he shared with you, and what he saw for the future of this building, and exponentially and over time improving it like you would any. I moved into an old house. We did it. We're still doing it. 30 years later, you're still doing it. So I just think that's something that, A, should be celebrated and announced, that's a major award. The only one in Michigan, only municipal leader in Michigan receiving that award. But also, with his experience and understanding, this wasn't a fly-by-night idea. This was thought out with experience, with other ideas in his previous jobs that helped craft this. So I think it's worth paying attention to that. So I think that's all I have to say. Even though I took a lot of notes, I don't want to be redundant, but thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'll let you get on with your evening.
Thank you. Other public comment in the room?
Hello, I'm Paul Reagan. I have submitted to you a letter which you may have read or had some time to read. It's lengthy. I don't know if you'll have or not. It will be in the packet for your next meeting.
And we have it.
It's in this bag.
Yeah.
Here.
What I'm going to try to do is avoid rereading that letter. It's redundant not only to you, but some of the comments. I'm going to read parts of it, and I'll apologize now for that. Let me start here. History is written in the retelling. And I've heard several versions of the historical facts, and they're somewhat different as to why this building was purchased, what was Tom Marcus thinking, how good of a deal was it solely for Next when it was purchased? All of that is left hanging. And I don't know if anybody here was there with Tom, but I think we were just buying dirt, taking it out of the competitive market, taking it out of play. I think we were. Well, you're shaking your head no. I think we were. Yeah. I don't know, maybe you were there. Yeah.
I was.
Yeah, I was.
One thing that was not present in that discussion was operating costs, because Tom's a smart guy, but somehow Tom didn't include operating costs in moving Next into there. Now, let me read a little bit and you figure that out. When we last met, when we were together, I had 3 messages for you back in, what was that, February 10th? A bond has 0 chance of passing. Stop telling Next that you're going to give them a new $30 million home, essentially rent-free forever. Stop doing that. Apparently you haven't stopped doing that yet. Maybe you will someday. And instruct the ad hoc committee to explore alternative options that live within the scope and the capacity of the general fund and require no additional bonding. I've encouraged you to come back down to earth and identify options to the unaffordable, unsupportable solution for Next you're discussing tonight. And I concluded my testimony at that meeting with this warning: if you don't change course, the biggest loser is going to be Next. 8 months later, these warnings still hold. It looks like a final blow to the bond funding came in August, when you all voted 5-2 not to place it on the November general election. But there's still some concerns that rather than reboot and consider the alternative sites and solutions for Next, city officials are still crafting leases, a lease, with Next for 400 Lincoln,
that would evict the YMCA and transfer to Next all operational and maintenance obligations for which the YMCA has been responsible. Next is in no position to handle such a financial risk. An analysis of the current lease agreement between the city and the YMCA validates this concern. Since the city purchased the YMCA property in 2023, the YMCA has been paying $1 rent per year in rent. Sounds very good. YMCA must also pay all operational costs and take care of all maintenance and repair. Any lease between the city and Next to occupy 400 East Lincoln should mirror the current lease with the YMCA. Pardon me, clearly stating 100% of the operational costs for the building are the responsibility of the tenant, Next. This would include, but not limited to, utilities, water, sewer, electricity, and natural gas, roof and wall maintenance, HVAC maintenance and/or replacement, property and liability insurance, janitorial services, landscape maintenance, snow and ice removal, and pool maintenance. That pool maintenance, by the way, operation of the pool and its maintenance estimates, it's approximately a quarter. It's $250,000 a year to about $350,000 a year. And, yeah. What would that cost Next? Now, it's estimated that the YMCA is currently spending around $500,000 to $600,000 a year to operate that building. Rather than speculate, why not talk to them? They've got the numbers, and they've had them for years. You should be talking to them. At a recent meeting of the Ad Hoc Senior Recreation Committee, a $260,000 number was casually discussed with no detail to support that figure. None of the above comes as any surprise to Next, as it was clearly stated in its Memorandum of Agreement, MOU, with the city. The lease between Next and the city will require ongoing maintenance of the building to be the responsibility of Next. It was also stated in the September 3rd, 2025 meeting with the Ad Hoc Committee that the Birmingham Parks and Recreation Department might occupy the second floor of the building. This is a terrible idea, and a non-starter, this would amount to be the most expensive office space in the city after operating costs. If the city needs additional office space, there are endless options elsewhere at a much lower cost. Further, the MOU states that nothing about the city occupying any portion of that building. The YMCA has made it clear that they are no longer interested in being a co-tenant in the 400 East Lincoln property. And by the way, if there's some misinterpretation or misgivings about what the YMCA is thinking or what they said, why not talk to them? They'll tell you for themselves, rather than hearing it through second parties. Thus, the YMCA is not operating in the buildings. If the YMCA is not operating in the building, sole responsibility for operating costs fall on Next, including the swimming pool, which cannot be mothballed, as was suggested, without destroying it. And I'll add one thing. That's the one feature of the building that the Birmingham taxpayers said that they wanted, the pool, which would be the very feature denied to them. The supposition that the third floor would also be closed is simply not realistic. There's only one tenant. Here it is. There's only one tenant that can afford to operate 400 East Lincoln, and they're in it now. The MOU, crafted carefully by the city, took the possibility of insurmountable difficulties into consideration, where it states, if for some reason a mutually agreeable lease agreement between the city of Birmingham and Next fails to be achieved, then in showing of good faith, the city will return the $500,000 contribution from Next towards the purchase price of the property. The city should cut Next a check and start from scratch. Tonight's discussion is about options. That's where it would go. Commissioners, made the right decision to keep the bond request off the ballot. Now you got to lead an open discussion and examination of realistic, affordable solutions to next future needs and the best use of the city's asset at 400 East Lincoln. What opportunities and sources for financial support for Next are available in Bingham Farms, Beverly Hills, and Franklin? I don't know. And is the YMCA committed to staying in Birmingham long-term? Let me offer you this suggestion. There have been some very smart members of the commission trying to find a way to break out of the lens that you've been operating in. Let me suggest this. Decouple 400 Lincoln. If your mission is to find a home for Next, why not do that rather than always linking it back to what has been so problematic? Things have changed. Things do change, and they have changed. Let this building go. If you don't want to invest in it anymore, you know, I've got options that I could sit here just off the cuff offer you for what to do with that building that I think are great, but I'm not going to do that. I think you're already getting there. But you've got to decouple this building from the future of Next so that they're not the big loser at the end of all of this.
Thank you. Other public comment?
Good evening. George Dugard, 1619 Fairway. Just a few comments, getting late. A couple things. One, first of all, the City Commission has not followed through on the work of the SCC, so I don't think should be wasting their time anymore with that particular committee. I think what should happen is the city should be hiring a highly qualified engineering firm to evaluate the building on the cost of doing a minor renovation and the maintenance of that building so that Next can be in that building for the next 3 to 4 years. That would be a decision point. We don't know what that cost will be, but it's important to know what that cost is. So at that point, we'll know. The building, as we all know, is outdated and convoluted and should be demolished. But I think Next can make it work for the next maybe 3 years or whatever. We've all seen Bert Kosek's plans, and I think at some point the city, 3-4 years from now, needs to go out and do a bond and build a new building for seniors and the community, maybe for like $20 million, something like that. The city's evaluated the options over the last 3 years. You guys have been working on it, but time's running out. There are only 17 months before Next needs to leave Midvale. 17 months, so getting tight. It's unfortunate the city commission did not put the ballot issue on for November. The community had no opportunity to see the details of this project and all the benefits it would have brought to the community. And finally, just seems like a lot of the discussion's been in a bubble. I know Andrew Haig last year was talking about benchmarking and very little benchmarking. And it seems like a lot of the discussion in the community is in a bubble. There are communities, 38 communities in Oakland County with senior centers. So anyone to think that Birmingham, a well-off community like ours, can't support a senior center, that's just bogus. That's just not true. As I've mentioned at other meetings, we are basically in our operating budget using 0.03 mils to support senior services, $125K. That's all. That's all. You look at other communities, they're at 0.32, 10 times what Birmingham is spending on senior services. Go through the list. Rochester, Livonia, Grosse Pointe just approved a new senior center. It goes on and on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment online. We have one person who has raised their hand. If there's anyone else, please use the raise your hand function. We will call on Ms. Barrett.
I'm kind of responding to Chris Braun. I feel like that was a direct attack on things that I've posted on Nextdoor or social media. And I want to clear on the record, I don't post anything I don't have facts and receipts to back up. I would be happy to meet publicly, online, however, which I think is needed for a community conversation with anything that I posted. From the very beginning, they've said, the city has said, let's see what the WIDA brings to the table. Let's see what Next brings to the table. And right now, Next isn't, the 500,000 is all they're bringing to the table. Where is Beverly Hills? Where is Bingham Farms? Where is, my issue is, I'm not anti-Next. I'm not anti the Y. I am anti more taxes on property owners. And as far as being the most vulnerable, sector in the community, do you realize that age 18 to 35, we have almost 900 cognitively impaired young adults? They don't have an organization to lobby and, have a constant contact. Why aren't we providing something for our conservatory or Gigi's Playhouse or, a whole host of other things? But why does it come down to Birmingham property owners pay for everything? Where's the millage for Beverly Hills? Where's the millage for Bingham Farms? Where's the millage for Bloomfield Hills? Any of it. And everybody keeps, falling back on this emotional stance of this need without looking at the actual facts. I mean, I think Next does a wonderful job. It's a needed organization. I just don't think that it should fall all on the purse of Birmingham property owners, period. So I would be happy to meet Chris Braun openly, and I think that's a community conversation that needs to happen, because anybody can get up there if you're on Next or you're on Y, and you can say whatever you want. It's never challenged, and that's not fair. I mean, I don't get. She can stand up and say whatever she wants, like the lady from Beverly Hills, and some of it's just, quite frankly, not true. And I'd be happy to, in a public forum, discuss facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment online? We have David Hohendorf. Mr. Hohendorf? Yes.
Am I on,
Yes.
unmuted, I assume?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay. Could we at least from either this evening or at the next city commission meeting actually have a formal ruling relative to the exact ballot language that we all voted on for the millage? As I voted on it, I thought I was voting on a tax to improve the East Lincoln building, and I'm just wondering, can that money be used for anything else, or was it specific just to that building for Next? I never thought that I was voting on a community center. I was voting on a home for Next. So, and I don't have the ballot language from a couple years ago, so I'd be interested in hearing, I guess, a legal opinion as to what the ballot language specified. So it's really a question I'm raising. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to address Ms. Kucharik?
We do have the ballot language available.
Yes. And I believe you opined on it in tonight's packet.
Correct.
So,
What was just said is correct. The bond language was tied to the senior services vis-a-vis, it said that, let's just read the language. Do you approve of the addition of a new .33 mill levy to collect approximately $1,053 in revenue per year to be dispersed to the city of Birmingham for the purpose of making interim improvements and establishing a single fund for senior center that will
Sinking.
provide...
Sinking, yeah.
Sinking. not single.
I'm sorry, I thought I said sinking. Sinking fund for a senior center that will provide a full array of services for older citizens for a 3-year term ending on July 1st, 2027. And then everything that was discussed on our website, it's still on our website, was everything about 400 East Lincoln. That's why I said earlier, it was always contemplated that this building was bought for Next, that the pool would be filled in and the space utilized for Next, and that the bond was to have interim improvements, as I gave the analogy to a home, with the idea of improving as time went on, whatever that looked like. It's further contemplated in the MOU to state that there will be interim improvements, but there will be long-term improvements, and that Next will have to contribute towards those long-term improvements. And also that they would be responsible for the maintenance of the building without a pool.
Thank you. I think one other point of clarification, Ms. Ecker, is that the lease with the YMCA does not make them solely responsible for every single operating cost. There are some provisions about that they are responsible for anything, is it under $25,000?
I think it's $25,000.
And anything more than $25,000 was going to be cost shared with the city. So.
Correct. So they're responsible for the operating costs, but in terms of the HVAC equipment and that kind of thing and larger repairs that are needed, yes, you're correct. It's only up to $25,000.
Yes, because we owned the building at that point. So, all right, so we've had public comment. I see no more public comment in the room or online. We have, as a commission, answered those questions and given direction to you, and I think the next step will be to figure out, which we're not going to do tonight, the process by which we will look at, as Commissioner Haig said it, a reset or a repurposing or a rescoping of the vision statement. So with that, we're going to move to new business. We have a resolution to approve a 6-month agreement with Cobalt Community Research. And who is presenting that?
Can I move?
Is Melissa Fairbairn.
I forget what you call it, point of personal, whatever. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, it's a motion. It's a Robert's rules. I can make a motion
So,
to make a move
like-
that we take a 5-minute break.
Would someone second it?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Okay, 5-minute break.
Are you seeing that?
I hope it's not directed at me.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh. What did I do?
All right.
You breathing?
We are back in session after our 5-ish minute break, and we are on new business A, resolution to approve a 6-month agreement with Cobalt Community Research for a community survey in the amount not to exceed $21,435. Ms. Fairburn.
All right, good evening. So the last time we spoke about this was August 25th, when the City Commission agreed to move forward looking for a professional firm to do the community survey that we had discussed, kind of really trying to get a temperature on residents, I guess, where their priorities lie. We have many projects coming up in the city, and we also are putting a lot into infrastructure and might want to explore new ways of funding those infrastructure projects. So the last time we discussed this, the commission kind of gave the go-ahead to find a research group to do this work. And staff reached out to 3 for formal quotes, and these are all 3 who did work in this specific municipal research area. We had Cobalt Community Research. They are Michigan-based, and we had ETC Institute. They are Kansas-based. And then Polko, which I believe they are in Wisconsin, or at least a lot of their staff are. Any of the 3 could do this work. They have people with the expertise in the area of sampling sizes, crafting questions that are neutral, that would really give you a fair look into the answers that you would get. But ultimately, staff recommends going with Cobalt Community Research. In particular, Cobalt has worked with many municipalities in the state of Michigan, including SEMCOG, the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments. And from those discussions, when I spoke with each of them at length about especially like our road funding questions that keep coming in front of you. The people at Cobalt had the most in-depth understanding of Michigan and Michigan infrastructure and kind of like those slight little nuances that set us apart from other states. So also their quote was more fully inclusive with fewer add-ons than Polko or ETC Institute, where you had a base price and every small thing included more additions. And this is below our typical $75,000 threshold for bringing things to you, but this was not budgeted in our 25-26 fiscal year budget, so we are coming to you tonight asking for a budget amendment to cover this cost. And it would be from I guess, the commission section of the budget, we would describe it.
Comments? Commissioner Hay?
You want to go first?
No, go ahead.
All right. I wasn't asked, but go ahead.
I looked right at you, I'm sorry. I said wait.
No. Commissioner Haig has the floor.
It was his initiative.
Okay. All right, so I'm glad we've got responses. Sequentially, there's there's a bunch of things that I've got in mind here. So sequentially, one of the things that puzzles me is we have the answer to the question, but we don't know what the question was that was asked to them. Our next item, we have an RFP that we're looking at, but we don't know what the RFP said in this one. We only know what the answer says.
There was no RFP because it's not required to go to RFP because it's below $75,000 under the purchasing guidelines.
But there was a question asked. We don't know exactly what the question was asked to merit contractual terms and conditions and scope, etc. So, okay, there's that. Now, going through the 5 steps. So, Step 1, kickoff discussions. I'm going to be blunt, it just missed the point. It's a community study for the community, with the community. And from step number 1 onwards, I don't see anything where there's community involvement in generating what the questions might look like, what the scopes may look like. It's work with the city project team, and that's it. You could do that with our existing system and just go, here's our questionnaire, end of story, thanks very much. And then it wouldn't have the validity that the goal of this was looking for. So I'm sort of struggling with that. Combined with step 2, questionnaire development. Again, drafts were reviewed with the city project team to ensure alignment with community priorities. Well, who decided what the community priorities were from the city team? Because if you don't know what they are already, then there's a failure there to begin with. So I'm sort of seeing disconnects here.
Could I address? Okay, so to start with your question. So what goes on the survey is influenced by these discussions that we have had here at the commission. This was introduced by you, Commissioner Haig, several months ago, maybe early June. And at that time, the commission talked a lot about infrastructure, looking at ways to fund it. Do we want to invest more heavily in that, or do we want to do these other kind of, not lifestyle, but life enhancement projects, things like how much do we invest in a senior center versus how much we invest in roads? So that's where the questions would be developed from. I would say the city management side, we felt like we had a strong indication from the commission what you wanted from this. And, there's still plenty of time as these discussions take place to get more feedback from you, the commission. Furthermore, engineering would need to be heavily involved. If we're going to delve deeply into infrastructure spending, we need engineering involved as well as finance, because another thing that came out of our discussion here on August 25th is the commission wanted real budget numbers and real data that said you can go with A or you can go with B, but A and B might not both fit in this budget. So that's where the project team idea comes from, and that came from your discussions here at the city commission level. So the questionnaire development, and maybe the wording wasn't clear to you. The supplemental questions are your Birmingham-specific questions. The things that you wanted specifically that didn't apply to everybody, that were about the discussions that the commission was having. So looking at that road funding question, if that's the direction that we want to go in to put on this survey, then that is one of our questions. And that's where the Cobalt team is going to spend the most time developing those questions to make sure they're neutral, that they're getting, that they're asking what we want them to ask. And then the other part of it is we do still want some widely used questions that are used by other communities that we can benchmark. Because that was something that if we just made up a survey and put it on Engage, we would get a lot of feedback from residents, but that was one of the benefits we wouldn't have if we did it internally, is the benchmarking questions. So step 2 is more blending your unique asks for this survey with broadly used questions that the research group has benchmarks for. And they can say, our residents feel better about their fire service and police service than Metro Detroit or nationally. Or they can say that, sentiment is lagging on how we fill potholes. Not saying that it is, but that's where you want those benchmark questions.
Yes, but there needs to be also, so what we're actually going a little bit further into the depth of what it would be, which is not really the scope of this. That would be between step 1 and step 2 actually happening. what I would like to see from this, and I was actually surprised off the numbers that you came back with at the last meeting on the 25th. The estimate was 10,000 higher than this, that this appears to be projected off something that's fairly boilerplate. And that's what worries me a little bit. Now, as I said, I don't want to get into the nuts and bolts of what it should say, how it should say. Does the response from Cobalt really satisfy in their stepwise process? It's slightly different to what's put in here, wherever that page is. Does that stepwise process, which actually is written slightly differently as far as their step 1, step 2, for instance, does that satisfy everything that we need to make sure we get the broad spectrum of all demographics within our community? Because I don't see how that's going to be really addressed here, because there are constraints with, say, a mail-in. A mail-in, we're probably going to get older residents will mail it back. Statistically, that's what happens. How are they going to help us ensure that we get the correct demographic split for our demographic split, that we're going to not get an unweighted set of responses, or else it's going to basically be something like everyone over the age of 50 sends in a mailer and everyone under the age of 50 didn't bother responding. I don't see guardrails like that here yet. I'd like to know some of this sort of information to make sure that we don't get a very demographically limited set of answers, because that is a risk of this, and then we learn nothing other than one mailing method works and it didn't cover everything else. I'm not really explaining this extremely well. I see Bill nodding with some of this because the guy that does marketing for his entire career understands it. And
Can I interject? May I interject a quick question? I think you referred to statistically what?
Valid.
What does that mean? What does that
So
mean?
that means that they take all of the addresses in the city. So in these conversations with these groups, what I learned is they kind of can like access like a package of all of our addresses and then get like a random sample out of that. It is not, I guess what we were hoping to accomplish with this community survey is to reach people that we don't reach already. And that the intention in doing this random sample is to reach, a broad base of residents. We have very engaged residents. We have people who will show up to our meetings and listen and respond and give their thoughts and feelings. We have people who are wonderful about emailing us about concerns or using GovPilot. We have people who use Engage casually, and we have people who are engaged Birmingham super users. The idea with the community survey was to get a statistically, like a random pool of residents, ask them deep and detailed questions about where they want their city to go, and compare that data for the questions that we can to benchmarkable examples. It isn't just a mail response. You can also submit it online, like with the code, to make sure that you're part of the pool when you do it online. You can also access it as someone who is not part of the sampling pool, and you still want to give your answer. You can still do that online, which would be like kept separately and then compared, right? Do the people who volunteer themselves to give their answers feel differently than this randomly sampled pool? We wouldn't know until it was conducted. But that is another aspect of how these community surveys work. This isn't, and that's not an aspect of just Cobalt. Like, that was an aspect of the other two quotations I got as well.
so within that statistically significant population that's being tried to achieve within each, let's call it age demographic, what happens if we don't get to the statistical minimum? Where's their check and balance in here to make sure that they then try a different pool within that statistical group, let's say, I'll make up numbers. Let's say 20% of our population is aged between 20 and 30. Just pretend. And so a statistically significant percentage of that may be, I don't know, 5% of that. Maybe the statistically significant number that they achieve results from for that age group. If we only get responses from 3%, how are they going to make up the additional 2% so that the statistical weighting of that age group maintains its validity with all the other age groups? I don't see a check and balance in here for this. It's missing.
Okay, I think you're assuming that that is the correct statistical.
I'm making up numbers.
Right.
Because I don't have that, but to use
Right.
it as an example of how a numbering works for a statistically significant population. It's
All
engineering
three,
maths.
all three of these firms all specialize in doing these surveys and getting statistically significant samples. So to give you an idea, when they go out, we've talked about this before. For instance, with regards to 400 East Lincoln, when we did a survey, several of you have said, well, maybe we only heard from the seniors, or maybe we only heard from the YMCA users. We didn't get a significant statistical sample, random sample of the community at large. Andres Dwani has said this many times before, like in the Planning and Zoning Enabling Act, when somebody comes with a new development, all we do is notify the people within 300 feet. Well, the people within 300 feet have a very different impression or perception on how that is going to impact them compared to considering the community at large. So the point of this statistically significant sample is not necessarily to make sure you get 3.7% of people between 20 and 30, but to make sure that you get a community-wide understanding of the goals and good for the community as a whole, and not some groups that are specifically more affected by
Correct,
whatever.
but mathematically, the way statistics will work with this is you're going to break it down to the weighting of the different population groups within the city.
We would have to ask that of the survey groups?
That's one of the things that the service provider that we would contract would need to work out is 0 to 18, 18 to 25, whatever those brackets are. There's a weighting of those number of people. There's a statistically significant number within each weighting, and it may be a different percentage, it may be a different number, however they work it out. Within each age group, we need to get that absolute minimum for each one to have an equally weighted set of responses for every age group.
And the point is they wouldn't proceed if they didn't get enough of a statistically significant
What I'm asking is,
sample.
where's that check and balance? Because I don't see it in here. I don't see how they're going to ensure that we get that. What's the pathway? Because otherwise, it's a statistically insignificant answer. I mean, there are two people in the audience sitting behind you. Both of them are basically experts in the field. They're both nodding. That's actually why this guy's still here. I asked him to stay behind specifically.
Great.
Not just statistics expert.
There's reasons for this. So it's absolutely fantastic that we've got to this point. This is so encouraging. I mean, and you said, yes, we do have engaged residents. You're absolutely right, Melissa. But there's also this quite large cohort that are completely disengaged, quite shockingly so, and until you actually go and talk to them. Now, it's re-election season. I'm already walking around. I've been speaking to some people, just run into them. You'd be amazed how disengaged they were until you ask certain questions, and then all of a sudden, it starts. What about this? What about that? What about the other? Oh, could you tell me about this? Where can I go and find about the other? Mm-hmm. And the questions I've had coming back, I've even had people already emailing me, go, where's this community survey? I want to fill it out. Where is it? People I haven't heard from in years. Where is it? I want to know. It's amazing. So there's this surprising pool of interest that once it's thrown out there. So I want to make sure it actually is valid. It's got to be valid. So I'm looking for more checks and balances to make sure we do get that validity and it gets a full populational cross-section. And I don't really see it here. Maybe how I'm understanding this, but I don't see how that's really being
I think you got to trust. They're experts, and hopefully you trust them. And can we
go for it?
Move on? Because, I mean, I think they want us to either approve it or not approve it, or influence how it will be carried out. And obsessing over that one point, we can ask those questions of the contractors later on. That's my opinion. I mean, I think they're valid questions.
We're choosing a
but,
contractor to kick it off, so if we set the parameters that we're looking for now, they know what the going-in position is, and does it actually match what they propose to us? I don't know. They might come back and go, oh, we didn't realize you wanted that, that's a little bit more in the contract. Okay, fine.
I will say, none of the quotes got to that granular of detail in the sampling.
Except that we did, and they did agree to provide a statistically valid pool of responses. We haven't, I guess, to your point, your definition of a statistical.
I'd like to know what it is,
Right,
because
right. But they
statistics
have
is
agreed to
basically the
provide
art of
that.
what do you want to know. I will tell you the answer you want to hear statistically.
I think that these three firms are all experts in this field, and to your point, I don't know what the statistical sample is in terms of demographics and age and all of that, but they do. All three of these do, because they do statistical surveys all the time, and they have to get that random sample.
Commissioner Long?
2 points. Number one, 27% in non-presidential elections. That's the percentage of Birmingham voters that vote. 27%. I want to hear from the other percentage, and I want a survey, we all want a survey that reaches those other folks. I will tell you, I've lived in Birmingham since 1989, and I will tell you, sorry, 98, I flipped it, since 1998. And I will tell you that Birmingham residents are incredibly engaged when there's something that's affecting them. And they're incredibly disengaged when they're not. And I stand by it because I've experienced it. And yes, we have a lot of the same people in here that are very willing to give us their opinions, and it's the same group of people over and over and over again. What I want from this is a survey that reaches the other 27% that don't, I'm sorry, 73%.
Transposing a lot tonight, I think.
The other 73%, well, it is late, 73% that don't vote, that we don't hear from unless we're redoing their street or affecting them in some other way. And I think that this survey will hopefully do that. My second suggestion is in step 2, I'd like it to come back to the commission because I'd like to see the questions, and I don't see that here. I don't think that's what the intention is, but I'd like step 2 to come back to us so we can look at and maybe weigh in on the proposed questions. And then.
And ask the questions about the statistical validity.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we need to clarify and agree right now on some of the direction, because what I heard him propose months ago and what I heard a little bit from you, they didn't connect in my head. So, like, as far as infrastructure funding, I never heard that as something that we wanted to poll people about. I think what I heard was, and it was really high level, and we need to, I think right now, get a little bit deeper, but not too deep. We want to, you had originally said, I want to know what our residents care about. What are their priorities? How do they want their tax dollars spent? Mm-hmm. We may, now from just that very high level, I can imagine hearing something unexpected that none of us anticipate.
I already have.
It's possible. But so there was a comment, I think, in here about drafts of the survey will be reviewed with the city project team to ensure alignment with community priorities. Well, I don't want the questions to be aligned with community. I mean, I want to find out what the community priorities are.
That's the goal of it. What are the community priorities? Not to align it with them.
So let me just say one more thing. I appreciate that. This is, I just want to tweak this a little bit. I think we need to look carefully at who's on the project team. And I think because this is a survey that was generated by the commission, that the commission wants to know what the people think, that at least 1 or 2 commissioners ought to be on the project team. And that's all I have to say.
And I would add that I think that what Ms. Fairburn heard from the commission is about the custom questions, right? So the standard questions are standard, but the custom questions, you very specifically said, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, wants versus needs, and do residents, would they rather support a senior? What is their priority? Is it a senior center or is it roads? And so when she says align with community priorities, I believe that's what she meant, was teasing out the questions that got to the things that you raised about, does the community want infrastructure, or do they prioritize a senior center? So those are what she meant, align with the community priorities. Not that we're predetermining them, that we're asking, but we're asking them with some definition that the commission is interested in learning, which you tied to Troy and Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So I don't think it's that off scale. I think that we could get them to come back and we can ask them our questions, and somebody can be on the project team. If you want to volunteer, go for it. But I think that this is not so far off track that we can't move forward tonight.
Oh, it's a great step forwards.
Commissioner Host.
I think Commissioner Long hit on something, and that is, before this goes out, we should meet with this team, whether you want to put one or two of us on that team. The fact that there's no input coming from the seven of us is not the way it should be done.
Yeah, I believe that they've agreed.
Absolutely.
City manager agrees. So
Can do that.
With that, does anyone want to move the resolution?
I'll make a motion if I may.
With modified wording.
With the involvement of the commissioners.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve a 6-month agreement with Cobalt Community Research for a community survey in the amount not to exceed $21,435, in addition to authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city and to further appropriate and amend the 2025-2026 City Commission budget as follows. General fund revenues, draw from fund balance, 101.000-400.000.0000, $21,435. Expenditures, other contractual services, from 101.000-811.000.0000, $21,435. And with the understanding that in step 2 for the questionnaire development, that it will be brought back for the city commission for input before it is finalized.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Yeah, a comment. We should invite this group to come with the people on the committee and speak to us and have a discussion at a later date. But what's important is that we do it so that it doesn't cost us a lot of money to have them sitting there until 10:30 at night.
All right. Yes.
Just because I didn't get to opine earlier, but my general feeling is a community research entity knows things about administering surveys that we know nothing about. So I would trust that they would develop something that would make sense and that could be utilized for making decisions. And I think we know things that the residents do not know, so we have to help direct it. If we just put out a broad survey, say, what do you want? They don't even know what they can get. It's like giving a toddler, 52 choices. It's like, do you want the red one or the green one? So I do think that our residents are way above toddlers, but I do think we have to direct this survey a little bit because the residents don't know what the choices are. And if we want any valid feedback, we have to direct it. So whether that means we rely on the city staff to help make that direction, or they've used us, or we put people on this committee with joint meetings and further committees. No one's going to have time to go to work, but anyway, those are my general feelings. So.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Question.
Yes.
Why is it a 6-month agreement? If it's a fixed thing, what is the time period matter?
Go ahead.
So I guess 6 months is about 2 months past the shortest amount of time for development of a survey and analysis of a survey. So if everything was going super duper smooth and they were hitting all their benchmarks, and as a group, between the city team and the commission, there was full alignment, from tonight to having the analysis would be about 16 weeks. So when I talked to City Attorney Kucherik, we needed a term for our survey, and my advice was to give us extra time for these question development kind of conversations that, going into this, I believe that we would have, and now I know that we will have.
Need a term? You need a period
You need a
of time?
term, yes.
You need a
For
term,
an
yes.
agreement.
We could always extend it if, we need to at a later
I think
date.
realistically, with the basis of tonight's conversation, they're probably going to want to come back with some revisions anyway. Now, would I expect them to come back and go, oh, it's now 8 times the amount? No, because then that's a complete rethink from everybody. But I'm fairly sure they will take the intent of everything we've said, and I fully expect a degree of amendment because we've asked for a little bit more. That's why I said I saw what the answer is, but I didn't see what the question was that was asked to generate the answer that we have in the package. So that's why I was a little puzzled. But this is all positive progress. Don't misunderstand that. And to the point that Commissioner Schaefer said about the 52 choices for a toddler, yeah, I think we actually spoke right at the beginning about trying to put some guardrails on this anyway, so that it didn't go spiraling into strange directions. But here's constraints that we have today. Here's constraints that we will have tomorrow. Within these boundaries, these are the options that we can do with it. I believe we spoke about that early. Again, some of the stuff is the development of the questions, but it's there. Let's just have that conversation now.
I'm looking at their contract, and it says 12 months.
Which is why we always write our own and say that ours controls.
Oh, okay.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second, we've had comment on the commission. Is there any public comment on the motion?
Over here.
Bill Kolb, 411 South Old Woodward. I apologize for my comments out of line, but this is the business I spent 30 years of my life in. If I was your consultant, I'd advise you not to sign this. You have too many gaps. I would advise every client I've ever worked with not to sign this. You don't have a scope of work. It's arguably a fixed fee with no guaranteed deliverable based on the agreement that I read that was in the packet. There's no way I'd sign it. And part two with no way of signing it, if they decide they want to charge more because we've modified the scope somehow, we have no benchmark to go back and say against what scope, and we have no context for, okay, you've extended the scope, it's going to cost 400 more hours, what's the price? You don't have hourly rates. You have to have hourly rates. And I would be willing to bet my life that they're using freelancers to get this done because they're a small agency, which means you're paying a markup on something that they don't pay for. So I would shut it. I would never sign this as is. Now, there may be a lot, but I think, Andrew, to your point, and Commissioner Baller, I think a scope of work answers your question. Do a scope of work and a workflow, problem solved. Because within that, they're going to give you everything they're going to do and how they're going to do it. And whether it's 6 months, 6 weeks, at least you know what you're going to get. There's no comparative to go back to and say, okay, we didn't get what we wanted. Well, we didn't tell you what we were going to give you. It becomes a circular doom loop. So I would say no more.
Thank you.
Andy McMecken again, 1765 Shipman, and I did this for my career as well, but I was at donor advertising, so 25 years is actually 75 years in normal time. And I would agree, don't sign this, not just for scope of work, but there's so much that's not understood. I appreciate the feeling that, these are experts and they wouldn't lead you wrong, and they wouldn't intentionally, but there are parts of their business that they're not going to explain to you. I looked at both the Troy and the Royal Oak surveys and the output, and to Commissioner Haig's comment earlier, they did not balance at all. They over-delivered the older age segments. They way under-delivered the younger age segments in the Troy. I didn't even get into income and things like that. It's not about being statistical, because they go on to collect a lot of charts and a lot of information that they project as saying things that are important to groups where they didn't have a lot of response. The other thing they don't tell you, and here's the word in all, is ascription. What happens when someone doesn't fill out the full questionnaire? Well, if it's only 5 questions, they throw it out. But if it's 10 out of 20, they often go back and find one that matches. And it's kind of like Jurassic Park gene matching. Because what they'll do is they'll say, well, Commissioner Host, he answered these questions this way, but Commissioner Emmerich, well, he didn't answer the last half. So we'll take these and we'll give them over to him. And everybody does it. It's just to what degree they do it. And unless they expose it up front, you won't know. The other is, who owns the data? If you don't own the data, how are you going to play with it later? Lots of other questions. Things you really do need to know. And I'll just end with this. You don't want to go out and ask things, sorry, my voice is falling apart, about infrastructure, because you don't want them to do your job. When we were doing research on concepts for car advertising, we didn't say play engineer. We said, how do you drive the car? How do you feel about the car? And my comments to Commissioner Haig were, you want to ask these people how do they drive on the streets, not how would they fix the potholes or how they would do infrastructure. I don't know infrastructure, but I can tell you, walkable, sort of. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe we wanted to ask them how to do infrastructure. We were wanted to ask them the relative priority of infrastructure as compared to other needs.
It's a language thing, is all I would say. It's how you get the answer.
All right, well, we've had comments that we shouldn't proceed. What does the commission feel? Is it possible? Let me go to Ms. Kucharik, because these are mostly legal questions.
Yes, I appreciate that statistical analysis and data collecting, and I don't know the extent of their work experience and life experience, and I respect it. However, for this agreement, it does tell a scope of work, maybe not to the level of detail these gentlemen are used to, but it is a common level of scope of work that is present in a simple agreement. It also does talk about the fact that the data belongs to us, and when they're completed, the data does belong to us. If the commission wants specific things in the scope of work and you want to see that enumerated, that direction needs to be given to Ms. Fairburn and myself so we can go back and bake in additional language. I have not heard that with clarity. I'm not following what else you want in this for the scope of work. We are happy to go back and do that. The rest of the language, though, I do think is sufficient for a boilerplate agreement, if you will. But if there's a specific step of the scope of work that you don't believe has been identified on page, well, the process, the 5-step process, or in the preceding page of the deliverables, please enumerate them with specificity so we know how to take this back to them and ask if that's part of their scope of work or if that's part of what they're agreeing to. Also, they give a total cost for the project. It's not meted out in an hourly rate. If they are asked to come and make a presentation to the commission or ask to work with questions, I don't believe that that is in the scope of work, and if that's what you're requesting, we'll have to go back and ask them what's the additional charge for the project, or would that be included? And hopefully they would say that they would include a one-time visit, but.
They do.
They do.
Yeah.
And I guess I would say, this is a $21,000 contract. This is not a $500,000 survey.
It's
200.
not, but the consequential impact of this being wrong is tens of millions of dollars potentially, because it's going to help lead a direction that we will take
Then I think that we
for future
should
consideration. So we
direct them, if that's your opinion, and we want to spend a lot more money to have what you believe is more rigor and more input, then that's a direction that you should suggest and see if the commission supports it.
a lot more money in relative terms, we need to understand. Remember, I started by saying I don't understand what the question was that drove the 5-point answer. We haven't seen the question. We saw the answer. So the scope of work might potentially actually meet what has been said, what has been clarified by a couple of folks here tonight, but we haven't seen it. It's like me saying, okay, you know what, the answer is orange. What's the question that answers
Ms.
that?
Fairburn, I believe you went out in an interview that asked them about their ability to conduct a community survey that included specific questions that we had.
Correct.
Yes.
So I asked for their ability to do the community survey. That would be a blend both of, not boilerplate, but standardized questions that we could benchmark, because that was something that we were unable to do in-house. And then also to write additional questions and kind of balance the two out of specific things that came from the commission, including on the 25th, the conversation from the commission was that specific detailed budgetary numbers were included so that when they were judging their priorities, that was anchored to real life here in Birmingham and your real budget and what you actually had to work with. So those were the questions I posed to them. The questions that came from discussion in this room on August 25th.
Right, and we agreed that we also wanted the standardized questions, and that's why we didn't want it done in-house. So
that was the question.
I'm just looking at their website. There are a ton of communities in Michigan who have contracted with these guys. There are, I don't know whether they're real, but there are testimonials from Royal Oak, from SEMCOG, from, I don't know, from Charlotte, Michigan, from, but anyway, Midland Public Schools,
And
City of Ferndale. Did you call any of the communities and ask them about their
Yeah.
satisfaction, not only with the company and what they did, but how they felt the accuracy of the data?
yes, so I spoke specifically to Bob Bruner in Troy. And that was a useful person to speak to because, as you may know, he knows a little bit about this community. But also, the city of Troy has gone back to Cobalt multiple times to, I guess, like check in on changes in their own community sentiment. So they've contracted with them at least 3 separate times because they valued the experience of working with them in developing the surveys, and also how it is given to the residents and how it was presented at the end. And so I will say that, it was a great recommendation from both Bob and Courtney, I believe her name is Courtney Flynn, who's their community engagement director. They were both fully in favor of using Cobalt.
Commissioner Haig.
I have no doubts that they can do it. I'm just really intrigued at hearing from 2 guys from the side of the ones that do it, and they've just told us what the tricks are that are used. They've told us the things that we won't hear from someone that's trying to sell us a service. They gave us the inside scoop. Do these other people, do these other communities benefit from that very, very specific
Let's put them on the
knowledge?
committee then.
Volunteer, there we go.
Great.
Perfect.
Please.
2 volunteers.
I'm
We're
going to
good.
support the resolution. A certain
I will
level,
if the two of
a
them
certain level of trust
Well-
in our staff, and the risk is relatively low, as you pointed out.
All right, so we will make a slot for a community member.
Yes.
Could be either of these gentlemen. We will have a commissioner.
Sure.
And we have a motion, we have a second, so I'm going to roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Haig,
Yeah.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baller,
Yes.
Mayor Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine,
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes. All right, we move to new, and thank you for your contributions, both of you. We move to new business B, resolution directing the city manager to post the request for proposals for a professional owner's representative to explore public-private partnership opportunities on Mitten. Ms. Ecker.
Yes, this is another one that was brought up by the City Commission on multiple occasions. I think it started back in May, well, it actually started probably November or December when the city was approached by a private developer that was interested in doing a public-private partnership. We ended up having discussions attorney to attorney so that it was all privileged information. And Ms. Kucharik came forward in June and indicated that a developer had approached and wanted to know what your appetite was for, A, considering public-private partnerships, and how would they be handled? And she gave a little bit of background on how it would have to be handled under law. And so the commission decided at that time that, yes, you might have an appetite for public-private partnerships because there might be something that could be gained. The city could gain some benefits from using the private sector and vice versa. And so we came back in August and we discussed with you whether you wanted to give us formal direction to hire an owner's representative. And there was a lot of discussion, terms like, should we hire a shark? Should we hire somebody that could go out and identify private companies that may be willing to partner with the city? Or should we, if somebody comes forward to us, let them have the opportunity to evaluate a deal and so on? And so at that time, on August 11th, the City Commission did make a motion to direct city staff to make the item a formal agenda item and bring back a proposal. So that is what we have here today. I'm not suggesting that this proposal is exactly what you want, because quite frankly, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out exactly what it was you were looking for in this owner's rep and how it would be handled. So we did talk to folks in the industry who did not wish to share their names and so on. But we did talk to them about how they would envision this, how it would be charged, what the scope of work would be, and those kind of questions. And then, of course, we want to have that discussion with you as well, because you can see what we've proposed as a general scope of work, which is that maybe you would identify opportunities and say, hey, go look at this. Or they might go out and target and say, hey, who would be a developer that might be interested and has done these types of projects in other communities that might be interested in helping us do something on our property that would give us value and bring us, for instance, maybe they've done something in another community where they've provided a public good. I'll give you an example of just what we talked about years ago on the corner of Maple and Woodward. At one time, I'm talking about the southeast corner. The developer that owned that property, and still does own that property, I think, although I've heard that it might have been sold, they were talking about doing a public-private partnership with the city so that the developer would build out the multiple levels of the building and the multiple uses, and in that, they might do, say, 3 stories of public parking, right? They would pay to fund the building, the construction of the public parking, and then we would collect the money. And however that worked out, you've seen public-private partnerships as a result of the senior center discussion can be very complex. There are a lot of different ways to do it. So this is a start for you to decide if this is the type of thing you were looking for when you wanted an RFP for an owner's representative. And it kind of covers all of the different areas, as I said, where they could go out and solicit people that maybe have done this in the past, have experience doing it, and could come into Birmingham and help us meet some of our goals, for instance. And it goes through in the memo and in the RFP, there's a lot of advantages. I think that the city commission considered it. First of all, access to capital. If we partner with a private developer, they have money, they fund the construction. We don't have to worry about going out to a bond to fund the construction, say, for example. There could be cost savings, because maybe they do this all the time. Maybe they know exactly what suppliers to use and what contractors to use, and they can get a better deal on something than we can. There's a risk-sharing factor, because they're sharing in the risk with us. It's not us going it alone on a single project. There could be efficiencies or innovation, that they have more knowledge of this, more experience, as I said. All of these things could be benefits. On the other side, there could be some potential negative risks, like maybe it could cost us a little more because they're factoring in a profit margin. Whereas when a city does a project all on their own, we don't factor in a profit margin. We just know what we want to accomplish and the dollars that we have to do it. So there's that. There's also maybe a little bit of loss of public control, and maybe not even a loss of public control, but there's different factors at play that it would be in the negotiation, so it's not just looking at the benefit to the government or the citizens or the community at large, because you're going to have their needs and their benefits that are going to be weighed into the equation as well. And then the issue of transparency and accountability, and that's kind of what's come up in several private-public partnerships in the past, whether it be North Old Woodward, whether it be the senior center with the YMCA. What are these discussions? Who's having all these conversations? And what level of detail and analysis is being put into place? So what you have before you tonight is to look at hiring somebody that basically would explore potential public-private partnerships, and if they have any, whether they've found them or someone else has sought us out, that they conduct an analysis of any proposal. So they could determine the viability of the proposal and whether it's worth it to us to enter into that. Somebody that's an expert that does this type of work all the time. So what we requested is in the RFP is we're looking for people that have experience doing these types of projects, that have experience working and analyzing and overseeing these types of projects as an owner's rep in a municipal situation with public-private partnerships. So this is basically our first stab. Our question is there anything you want in here changed? Do you want us to proceed with this? This is, again, something that was not included in the 25-26 fiscal year budget, so there would be a budget amendment needed should you decide to hire somebody. Let's say you give us direction to go and issue this RFP, and we come back and somebody gives us a fee, and it's an hourly basis. We would have to have a not to exceed clause, for instance, so maybe we agree that we are only going to let them go up to X amount of dollars. My point is there'd have to be a budget amendment as a result. There was one other point that I was just going to say. I can't remember what it was. Oh, I know what it was. If you see, there is one thing in the RFP that we would change, and that is it references a 3-year term. We had started with a 3-year term in the RFP, and in discussions with the city attorney and management staff, we would actually suggest or recommend a 1-year term with 2 possible renewals. So that update made it into the memo, did not make it into the RFP. So I just wanted to clarify that there. And then back to the experience that we'd be looking for hiring an owner's rep, somebody that has experience, has completed projects with a municipal factor, that has analyzed these. Can they give us a written plan detailing what type of analysis they would do, give us client references from past projects, all of these things. And of course, an RFP gives us the opportunity to move forward, but it doesn't mean that we have to move forward with one of the folks that submit a proposal. So that's kind of an overview to start the discussion. I think the commission was pretty clear this is a path that you'd want to go down and consider, but it is a new foray for us as a community.
Well, it's more responsible foray.
Yes, so.
I'd say it's not a new foray, it's a more new, responsible way to do it. May I?
True, it's not a new, it's not new entirely.
Thank you. very impressed. It's very thorough. I really appreciate he's laying out both the benefits and the risks and all that. The only comment I have is that I envision someone who represents us absolutely with no possibility of any conflict of interest. They are our representative. They are not out there trying to sell. If we allow this person or group to bring in, their loyalty is split. And that's
Right.
not acceptable to me. Their loyalty has to be with us and us alone.
And I would agree that is my concern is about cost. They don't exist to shop other people's deals to us. I think they should start with responding to the opportunity that's on the table for us. And if they can spend, and we can approve the scope of work and we would approve their hours and approve assignments, I would think. But if they can shop other deals to us, the cost could escalate significantly without us getting anything that we're really interested in. So I think we would need to be able to have control of the work effort and the work product. Commissioner Emmerine? Commissioner Host?
I'm highly skeptical. However, I think if we put the parameters on that have been suggested, it might prove advantageous.
So is what I'm hearing that you don't necessarily want someone to go out and find people and bring them to us and use a lot of hours up in the process of bringing all these different proposals.
No,
but you want somebody to respond and to help us analyze any proposal that comes to us?
Yes, and I think that along with that, it wouldn't be difficult for the city of Birmingham to put out in the world that it's open. We don't need somebody to go solicit. And no one needs to be compensating that person for doing it.
I think
all you got to do is say, hey,
we're open for business.
You're right.
And here's our point of contact, yeah.
But I do want to clarify, and I know you're probably getting antsy in your chair, that we do have to have an open process for bringing in these types of proposals.
Sure.
Right.
In fact, if we went in this direction, I think we should be very explicit that this person could take absolutely no compensation, whatever. Like, even saying they have to abide by our ethics guidelines, which say, you take nothing, right? We can't, right? You can't take
Under
any-
$50.
Right.
Right, because that was the issue with, I hesitate to say the North Old Woodward project, is that it was all self-referential. They were all being paid for supervising themselves, and they all had parts of the deal, and it was just, there was not enough public in the public-private partnership because conflicts were allowed to occur, so.
So I'm hearing that any reference to recruitment, and be it by fee, be it by action, so go back through and take out anything regarding recruitment and putting the language in that they're bound by our rules of ethics. And something that just popped into my head as you were saying this, that maybe we spell out in the scope of work that when a proposal is brought to the attention of the city and it's reviewed and digested and analyzed, that there needs to be a recommendation made to the city commission in a public meeting to further make sure that everything is discussed in the public. Keeping in mind, if there's ever an opportunity to, let's say, purchase property or purchase an asset, there is the exception to the Open Meetings Act that you are allowed to strategize in a closed session only to discuss the purchase of land or property up until the time you purchase it. And that makes sense for the city to have an advantage to negotiation so that you're not, showing your hand in public. But we could build in some other language to say that once something is brought to us, that the analysis is brought back to you, which also I think, can encourage competition in the marketplace between those approaching us to be open for business, as you said.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Are we wanting whoever we end up working with, do we want them to evaluate public-private partnerships that we bring to them? Or are we asking them to go out and bring them to us?
Exactly not that.
The first part, not the
But
second.
not the second.
Okay.
Right, so we could, for instance, do an open call and do a post that says, hey, we're interested in considering public-private partnerships if you can bring us X, Y, Z. Let's say we want a new police station, or we need or extra parking in a certain area, or whatever the priority might be, and let people submit their proposals, and this person would then be the unbiased representative for the city that has all the expertise to go through and analyze all the financial details and the benefits, the pros, the cons, et cetera, and recommend to you what their take
Well,
on it is.
that's what I thought it was, and so I'm glad that that's the answer, because I had a huge problem with the other side. So I think others did too, but I just wanted to
we
make
all
sure
did.
that-
Any other comments?
I mean, I agree with what's been said by everybody else. I went through this and I've got all sorts of notes about wording changes on specifics, but we don't need to go through that right here. I can go through that with you separately, because it's just more protection of certain things.
We'd be approving this RFP.
No, we're sending it
Well,
back
I think
for
what
changes.
we're hearing is.
Oh, you'll come, okay.
Yeah, we come back.
It's the
Yes.
concept that we're on board with the concept. The wording needs to be polished.
Right, and you know, we
That's what I
don't
have.
generally bring an RFP to you, but in this case, it's not in the budget, it wasn't contemplated, it wasn't discussed. You specifically asked for us to bring the proposal back to you, and we want to make sure it's exactly the way you want it to be.
Are they big deals? I mean, or are they
Perhaps
so
Commissioner
minor?
Haig, you can provide your
Yeah,
comments?
provide your comments to,
Yeah, I'll do that separately, because otherwise we'll end up debating the choice of words I had when I went through it, and it's not the intent of it. It's just looking
So
for
you can
different
provide your
protections.
notes?
Yeah.
Yeah, and something might change as we make changes based on the discussion tonight.
Can I make a motion?
I don't think we need a motion.
We don't need a motion?
No.
I think we've got direction,
We're
and
sending it
and we'll
back.
bring it back.
Okay.
All right, resolution to meet in closed session at the request of the city manager under MCL 15.268, Section 8.1A, to allow for a closed session of the city commission for a periodic personnel evaluation of the city manager only if the city manager requests a closed hearing pursuant to and this is Mrs. Kucharik, a simple majority vote of the commission. It does not require a supermajority. It's not a two-thirds vote in this use of the Opens Meeting Act.
This
So
is under exception A. Only exception A is it simple majority, the rest are
Right.
super.
So pursuant to the city manager's contract, an evaluation to be conducted during the first year of employment as city manager, at the end of 6 months, and at the one-year anniversary and annually thereafter. The commission would adjourn to closed session after all other business has been addressed in open session, and reconvene to open session after the closed session for the purposes of taking any formal action resulting from the closed session and for the purposes of adjourning the meeting. And I believe I just made the motion. So do we have a second or any comments on the motion?
Well, I'd like to make a comment on the motion, but do you comment on the motion before it's seconded?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second?
I don't support the motion because it's 11:10 PM, and we got to draw the line somewhere, and this is where I draw the line. This is not urgent. We have probably a couple more items. We could actually probably get out of here by 11:30 and be home by midnight. If we go into this, we're going to be sitting here till 12:30. I don't support it. This is where.
I agree with Commissioner Baller, and the reason is this isn't fair to our employee that we do this when a lot of people are very tired. And this should be a robust discussion, and it won't be. It will for me, but maybe not for the rest of you.
Well,
But most importantly, it's not fair to our employee.
Well, I would ask what the employee feels about that. I would say, Commissioner Host, you were the one who was pushing for this to happen at a rapid pace. You were the one who was pushing for September.
No, I was pushing for July.
So we have I guess I would ask, I'm going to defer to Ms. Ecker and ask if, A, she wants to proceed this evening, and B, if not, when she thinks we could reschedule.
First question, yes, I would prefer to proceed tonight. So I would not like to reschedule, but we could if we have to. Do I think it's unfair to me, and do I think it's too late? 11:12 p.m. is certainly not too late in the 23 years that I've been coming to city commission meetings here, because I believe our record is 2:48 a.m., and that's too late. Now, so you asked my opinion. Do I think it's too late at 11:12? No. Would I prefer to have meetings shorter than 2:48 a.m.? Yes.
All right. So we've heard Ms. Ecker's comment. We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Wait,
I'm sorry, which motion?
The motion to proceed, the motion that was been made and seconded.
Oh.
The motion that's been made and seconded, and ask for a roll call vote.
Motion was to proceed.
Motion was to proceed.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
no.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. We now move to D, commission items for future discussion. A motion is required to bring the topic up for future discussion at the next reasonable agenda. No discussion on the topic will happen tonight. Anything new at this end of the table? This end of the table. All right. Commission discussion on items for prior meeting, we have none. Communications, we had a communication about the community survey, and we had the additional communications that were provided to us at the table that will be in next month's packet. Commissioner reports, notice of intention to appoint to the Ad Hoc Senior Recreation Center Committee. I think that's perhaps paused. Notion of intent to appoint to APC, and notion of intent to appoint to the Board of Review. Commissioner comments?
I have one. I was disheartened with regard to our last meeting and how things proceeded with regard to the building that's going up on Bates, that there was statements made that there was communications, which I do not doubt, but I don't think there was communications about closing down a roadway. I'll give you an example. If somebody communicated to me and said, your neighbor's going to build a new house, I'd be like, okay. If somebody said they're going to build a new house and they're going to stage in my driveway for a year and a half, I might have a different response, and I do not believe that that message was delivered. So it is my hope that the city will obviously work with Tallulah, and who specifically wrote a letter and said they knew nothing about this issue. And I think we owe it to all the store owners around that. They pay a lot of money to be in this city. I think we should support them to be in this city. And I was very disheartened that the applicant made a representation on during a recorded meeting that they had had communications and discussions specifically with Tallulah, and they had not. I don't like being lied to. I don't like making decisions. Specifically, Commissioner Baller said, I'm going to take you at face value that you had this communication discussion. The members of Tallulah are not here tonight, so we're going to move forward, and we moved forward on that basis. And I'm not happy about it. So for the Surnow Group, extremely disappointed. And I'm hoping that they work with you and the city attorney and make this right. And if they don't, or even if they do, I would like it brought back before this commission so that we can make sure that this is done properly. I fully understand that this building needs to be built, that we have buildings in very congested areas that are challenging, but this was not the way to proceed on behalf of the applicant. I was very disappointed.
Ms. Ecker and I discussed the letter earlier today, and we discussed that the city is going to make extraordinary efforts to reach out to all the tenants in the alleyway, to provide them personal information, that we're going to get a contact number from the contractor for concerns that they can use, and that we are going to examine what we can do to either support Tallulah's platform in that area, or whether we could adjust its location slightly for the duration. So I think that the city is committed to serving the businesses while, as you say, understanding the things that have to be accomplished. And we had a discussion about the fact that, yes, we noticed, we follow the legally required notices. We noticed for the building construction. There is not a requirement to notice for the construction staging agreement, but whether the city wants to, this is an extraordinary one because of its location, unlike Birmingham Point or unlike Restoration Hardware, which are much more isolated on larger streets, whether we want to, going forward, be more sensitive about making sure that those owners understand. I mean, your driveway is private property, so yeah, they could never stage in your driveway, but we understand the analogy that they might not have cared about one thing, but they certainly care about the other. So I think the city is going to do everything in its power to make sure that those businesses who use the alley, who operate on that street, are harmed absolutely minimally.
And just to be clear, it's not just Tallulah, because the people that park behind the storefronts on Maple, and there's a number of them, they all have to get to and from that alleyway. And there are deliveries that happen in that alleyway
Right.
with larger vehicles and what have you.
That's why I brought up the alley specifically.
Yes, yeah.
And
There's
Ms.
an entrance to a parking deck for
And Ms.
residents
Coda
back
did
there.
say that there would always be access to the alley. We asked that question last time,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
All right.
If I may, as well. It's an adjunct to what he started. I didn't bring it up as items for future discussion because I don't know if it should be. So under Commissioner comments, very similar theme. It was the conversation about parking spaces being taken up and the amount of money that it cost us. And my take on that particular meeting was that Mr. Cerno was expecting to pay something and he walked away not having to pay anything. I got the distinct feeling that he was expecting to write a check for use of space, and he felt as though he got away with that, which, hang on a sec. So what I want to look at, and I look to my peers here to say, do we wish to bring it up for future discussion, that we actually do need to look at the use of any parking space? We charge for a single parking space for a dining deck, just one space. Doesn't matter where in the city it is, one space, there's a charge. So this was an unusual project in that it took up so many spaces. And I mean, just my rough estimate was we're losing $66,000 out of the parking budget by the amount of time that the parking space has been taken up, which is quite a considerable amount for that budget. But should we look at this as a new item? Because we looked at it for things like dining platforms. That's fine. Is the oversight not looking at any other use that will occupy a parking space? And that's why I don't know if I should bring it up as items for future discussion, if this is something that is just a direction, or how do we feel about handling this? Because
So-
I feel we missed something.
My recollection was not that he walked away expecting to pay nothing. My recollection was that he walked away with his approved staging agreement and agreed in good faith to come back to the table should we decide that we wanted to charge him.
Right.
She's shaking her head yes. So we didn't,
Okay, that's better, because I felt
right.
overall, I felt the situation wasn't
Right.
equitable for the city, because the blunt way I'll put it is, we lose revenue so that they can make money. We don't actually earn anything. We don't get a profit share from them. We get their taxes. So if we're losing revenue, they need to compensate us. It's as simple as that, whomever that may be. You want a parking spot for whatever use, that's the cost per day. End of story.
And so I still believe that the city should look at like situations, whether we've ever had a project that in this location that uses many spaces, many of the construction staging agreements don't affect parking spaces.
I forget construction. I said any use. If somebody wants it, somebody wants to use it for a flag display, whatever they want to do. That's the cost per day. It's got to meet all of, flag displays are a frivolous example. But the point being, if we charge for a dining platform, that is a use of a parking spot, whatever the use is, and that to me was the oversight, but we focused on that one particular use. Perhaps it should actually just be a broad use.
We also charge for valet.
I think we're going way beyond the scope of comment.
But that's why it's trying to understand, is this actually something we wish to discuss? I didn't want to bring it up then because I wasn't sure.
So
Is it?
Commissioner Haig, at a future meeting, you could make a recommendation that the city consider a policy for charging for parking spaces in circumstances such as construction staging agreements.
To me, it would just be a minor adjustment to the existing policy to just cover it from being a specific use to any use. That's it.
But we can give that direction at a later meeting.
That's fine. All right.
Okay. All right. So advisory boards, committees, commission reports and agendas, legislation, city staff. I wanted to point out that there, if you didn't get to all the way to the back of the packet, there is a very useful and very informative supplemental memo that Melissa Cota wrote in response to Oakland County Water Resources presentation at the last workshop that I think clearly, as a good reference document, explains how our sewer system works, what it's connected to, what actions we have taken, and what standards we follow as far as a lot of historical information. So I encourage all the commissioners to read that if they haven't already. And with that, I will make a motion to go into closed session.
You done?
Recording. The City Commission has returned to open session. We have concluded our closed session evaluation of City Manager Jana Ecker, and we now move to a motion for recommendation for her annual compensation increase. Commissioner Emmerine.
I'd like to make a motion that the commission has met in closed session to discuss City Manager Ecker's performance review, and I'd like to make a motion to increase her base compensation package by 7%.
Second.
All right, we have a motion.
7%.
7%. 7.00. We have a motion. We have a second. Since this is financial, roll call vote.
Who was the second?
Commissioner Long.
Cards. Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
No.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
All right, that is our last order of business, so if we could have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.